from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are connecting from. And I'm your host for tonight. My name is Ezra, and I'm your host for the weekly recap. And welcome, everybody. Wherever you're connecting from, welcome to the Swahili Nation, One Africa YouTube channel, Swahili Nation on Facebook, Twitter, Mika Shavala. Join us. We are live on YouTube, One Africa, YouTube, Swahili Nation, Facebook, Swahili Nation. So you can join us on any of those platforms. We are live right now. Share the link, share the live stream right now with family and friends on any of your media platforms that you're currently using. Share, and let's talk, family. Let's have a moment to really discuss a lot of things about Africa and the things that have been happening in the course of the week on Swahili Nation and One Africa YouTube channels. We've had really a lot of shows. I mean, Open Mic, which is one of my favorites at the moment, and obviously Brother Paul's show as well, the Swahili Sessions. And obviously, as you know, there's Biggie tomorrow coming. There's Tenzin as well coming tomorrow. They'll be live here on the Diaspora Talk and the African Traditions shows. So welcome. Tonight, I'm really excited to be here. And I can't wait to really interact with you, family. And let's talk about anything. I always open the lines to talk about anything, and there'll come a time when all this. Right now, I'm just warming up. I've been cooking. I've been hiding as well. I know some people have been hiding. They've really gone into seclusion, into prayer, into a time to reflect and time to recharge. But I've also been cooking. I've also been preparing other shows that will be coming. Now it won't be a talk of. There's shows that I'm preparing from next week onwards. Be ready. I'll be back with so many things to talk about, so many guests as well. I'll be inviting some people that will be coming. We're talking about a lot of things: electricity, power in Africa, politics, entertainment. So the weekly recap is just going to be one of those shows where we invite different people. And by the way, not always, you don't really need all the popular people to come here, but even yourself. I mean, I know there's a lot of people with different skills, different expertise in terms of their knowledge and what they do on a day-to-day basis. We need even people like that just to come and inspire our youth in Africa and inspire even our elders as well. I mean, inspiration is not just for the youth, but it's for all the people. So we want to inspire the African minds, the African people, and the diaspora. I mean, even the American people who are in America, people in the UK, everywhere in the world. We want to inspire the world and not just our continent only, but starting from home, the roots, which is Africa. This is where we're going to start our inspiration. This is where it all begins, in Africa. Africa, 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 Africa. So, yeah, welcome, welcome, welcome. And if you've just joined us, you just join us and you're a subscriber, go and like. You know what to do now. We don't need to remind you. Go and click that subscribe button. I mean, that like button. And if you've not click the notification icon as well, go and click the notification icon so that when we go live, like right now, we are live on Swahili Nation and One Africa YouTube channels. So you'll get notified. You'll get notified ASAP. Once we go live, you'll be in and you can really interact with us, and let's see what we can do. I mean, tonight is a nice show. I'm just gonna be on a relaxed mode. I know everyone is Friday. You've had a hectic week making bread, but it's time to also kind of relax, detox, catch up with family, catch up with everybody, that your loved ones, friends, you know. So let's have a conversation. Let's just have those relaxed conversations. Let's talk about anything that you think has been trending in our continent. There's a lot that's been happening, even in the world. If there's people want to talk about other things that are trending, like the war in Ukraine, we can talk about that. I know it's a sensitive issue, and I know some people might be scared that, hey, we might be cancelled for talking about that. But I think is of interest because it's affecting the world. I mean, we can also talk about energy. Europe are facing the challenges of securing gas supplies from Russia, and also still looking for other alternatives outside Russia. So, and the world as well. I mean, the prices of gas, oil have really hit the world, and everybody's feeling the pinch, whether it's the cost of food, the cost of transportation, in everything. I mean, in general, I mean, things have gone up since we've had this war that's been happening there in Ukraine. And we pray that there'll be peace. People can come to the table and really discuss their differences. Because in any war, whether somebody becomes a winner out of the war, but there's lives, there's people who lose people they love as well. So we have to bear in mind that war, there's no, man, war is not good. It's not good for anybody. So we need to come and pray for peace in the world, and pray for peace amongst the warring nations. And even here in our continent, we need to pray for the peace of Africa, the peace of nations, and the stability of nations. So, and we need to get leaders that will really have a heart for the people and make sure that everything they do is for the interest of the people and not for selfish gains. So, but we can talk about anything. Politics, politics is it's everywhere. I was listening to somebody who was saying politics, it's not about just political parties and political organizations and contestation of who rules the nation, but in our day-to-day, we face some form of politics. So yeah, but before I start and do anything or I say anything further, I would love to start in prayer, and then we can really talk about the topic at hand and just talk about today, the weekly recap, what's been your highlight, the highlights of this week. So yeah, um, Heavenly Father, thank you for this night. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet as brothers and sisters. Um, Thank you for this opportunity to be here on Swahili Nation. Thank you for the grace, Lord, that we can come and share as a family. We thank you for tonight, Lord, and we ask that you help us as we engage and talk to each other. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray. Amen. So yeah, good to be here. Good to be here. Good to be here. Oh wow, man. There's been a lot. There's been a lot. I don't know if some of you guys have been really following the shows, the open mic, Swahili sessions, when the Tezi, the hidden hand every Sunday. So we've got a lot of shows every night. We are live, and can't wait to. I know some people have been asking. I think His Excellency Mika shared something from Dr. Ebenezer. Dr. Ebenezer has been really working hard making bread, and also his chiefs. I mean, he's been really working hard, and obviously the time. His shift is kind of clashing with the live stream at the moment. So but he will be back. As some of you have seen, those who follow us, Dr. Ebenezer will be back on every Thursday, 9 p.m. East African time. I know today we are on like 10 p.m. East African time or 9 p.m. Central African time. So, but yeah, due to other factors as well, I had to move the time slot to 10 p.m. East African time because of other commitments that I had to engage in. I was driving, I was still on my way. So, yeah, but thank you for all your love and support. I mean, we've been growing as a Swahili nation. I think we've been really growing well. I mean, just a few months ago, we reached the milestone, the 200,000, and currently we're sitting on over 220,000. Thank you for all the subscribers, those who've been supporting us, who've been subscribing, and who've been supporting this channel. Really means a lot for those who've been really supporting us, making sure that we keep the lights on. We keep the fire burning. I mean, your words of encouragement. Thank you very much. Thank you. It means a lot. Your prayers, your support, financial support. Um, uh, thank you. That means a lot. I mean, and also subscribing and watching some of the content. It means a lot. Really appreciate it. We do not take this for granted, and hence we continue pressing onwards, working hard to make sure that this channel becomes a success and there's something new every week. So we've been trying. I mean, we've been working hard to make sure that we bring different content. We try to also go live, speak about different issues. So we are live every night on Swahili Nation and One Africa. As some of you might know, I know a lot of people are on the Swahili Nation channel, but please also subscribe to our One Africa channel. Our One Africa channel is one of those channels that are very. This is our sister channel, in fact. So if it happens that you see that when we say One Africa, what are we talking about? The One Africa channel is our sister channel to Swahili Nation. It's also on YouTube. You can catch us there. You can subscribe to that channel. Please, really subscribe. So it really means a lot. And also liking. If you happen to join our streams, like. Go and just like. Before you even listen to some of us, go and like the stream. Go and like the stream. Like the stream. I mean, appreciate the support. Really means a lot. I mean, and it keeps us going. I mean, sometimes you might take it for granted that, hey, man, I've been supporting this channel. What's happening? It keeps us going, and we keep on pushing more content, and we're still building capacity to create more content and a variety of content. So do not think that we are just thinking of just the live streams only, but there's different contents that we packaging and obviously uploading and sharing with the world and sharing with our family. So continue subscribing, continue liking our pages and watching the content. It's very important to watch the content. And I know you cannot sometimes watch everything, but please, when you make time to just go and say, hey, what have they uploaded this week? Go and watch something. There's a video that His Excellency Mika also uploaded this week. The why. Please go and watch that video. Maybe let me just do this. Let me make sure that I share the what I'm talking about, because I know some people when you talk, they kind of ask themselves, what is it that you're talking about? But go through our channel, go through the content that we upload every week. It's very important to go through it, because you're bound to lose track of some of it because of work, due to or school or other commitments. But please, go and watch some of our content that we upload just for you. And as you know, family, we are also still embarking on the journey of having our offices. Let me do this. I'm gonna also just share the our GoFundMe page, where we're trying to raise funds, family. Some of you might know those who've been supporting us, who've been following us since last year. Last year we had a GoFundMe page for flights, food, accommodation to Ethiopia. Um, we had raised 5,000 US dollars last year, and yes, we managed to raise that 5,000 last year. And by your support, we managed to go to Ethiopia and obviously shoot a lot of content that you see. Even the launch for the One Africa, it was done in Ethiopia. And as you know, the significance of Ethiopia is the headquarters of African Union. As you know, that we believe in the African unity and we believe in African people. Uh, bridging the gap. Reaching out to one another and building bridges amongst one another to know about each other. So the best place for us to start was Ethiopia, because it's the home of the African Union, and it's the only African country that was never colonized. So it really is a significant country, and a very special country to dear to our hearts as Swahili nation, and a country that hosted us, that showed us love. And we want to really say thank you, Ethiopia, for all the love, all the warmth that you've given us this year when we visited Mika, and all the other stakeholders as well, Arts TV, and other different people who follow us, who joined us, and who supported us when we were there in Ethiopia. So really something that we cherish and will forever will remain grateful for that love and support from Ethiopia. And I know a lot of countries that we're still going to touch on, a lot of countries we're still going to visit them, and we know that a lot will be done for us, and we know that you'll welcome us with warm hands, and you'll show us the spirit of Ubuntu, the humility and the humanity that you carry. So we will be visiting a lot of countries. The dream and the mission is to go to every African country, do content in every African country, and really engage the youth, engage people who are policy makers, different stakeholders in different countries, business leaders, youth leaders, because we need everybody to build this beautiful continent. And we'll also be going to other nations outside what we call the fifth, our the diaspora, the Caribbean islands. I mean, we talk about Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Cuba, Dominican Republic. We want to touch on Jamaica. We want to go to those countries. Man, there's a lot. So we also want to touch on those countries. We would love to go to those countries. And if you are there and you want to reach out to us, you want us to come to your nation, please get in touch with us on oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. And we are working on a different email address. We will be having proper personalized emails where you can really reach out to us. But for the time being, as we are still under a lot of construction, so Swahili Nation is under construction. Swahili Nation, One Africa, we are under construction. It's like we're still building, you're building, So as we are still building, a lot of things are still happening behind the scenes. So bear with us. I know this One Africa at gmail.com, it will fade away at some point, but bear with us. Swahili Nation One Africa is under construction. Just know that for sure that we are under construction. So we are busy. We are busy. So join us, and be part of this growth. As I always tell people, be part of this growth. Be part of us. Grow with us. It's great to see people grow with us. Imagine seeing us tonight or watching us now as we are going live in different locations all over the world. And mind you, I'm in Africa. Big is in America, is in the US. Tanzania is in the US. There's a lot of people. Most of our hosts are in different locations. So if you also want to join us and you want to be part of this movement, join us. We need somebody in the UK, somebody who says, hey, man, I'm based in the UK. I'd love to join the Swahili Nation, One Africa. Reach out to us on One Africa, official at gmail.com. I know I haven't really spoken to the team about this, but I'm putting myself and them on the spot. But please get in touch with us on One Africa Official at Gmail for any inquiries, suggestions. You want to come to our show? There's a business idea that you want us to cover, or there's what do you call this? Something of interest in leadership, youth leadership. We don't just want to focus on business. I know some people might say business is where most people are now doing, inspiring the African people that it can be done in Africa. But there's a lot of people who are doing a lot of stuff in the continent who are not even in business, but who are doing community work, community service, and they're there on the ground. We want to talk to people who are doing a lot of things, whether it's orphanage, you are running an orphanage, you're running a feeding scheme, you're running anything. We want to get in touch with you. Any country, whether you speak French, we've got French speaking people here who can translate. Big is also a French speaking person. And we've got everybody here. If you speak Lingala, you're in DRC Congo, you speak DR Congo, you speak Lingala, you speak Swahili. Come, this is a Swahili channel. You are in the eastern part of DRC, you speak Swahili. Come and join us. Or you're in Tanzania, you speak Swahili. You're in Kenya, you speak Swahili. Or any part of the continent, you speak Swahili. Come and join us. Or any language, any African language. I'm challenging now the Swahili Nation family to say, hey, man, we need to embrace our biodiversity, our diversity as a people, and our landscape. We need to embrace everything that is African. We need to make sure that it's out there, and that's how we can grow and show the world that Africa is not about what you are covering. There's more to us than what is being covered. So yeah, join us. It's a journey. As I always say, we are on a marathon. The journey is still long. We're not on a sprint, and we are on our own lane, and we are pushing our own lane. This is where we are, and we believe in building. We believe in positivity. We believe in God, and we believe in people that are positive about life, who want to build, who want to do something for this beautiful country, or even their community. You don't have to be in Africa to do a difference. Whether you are any country and you believe in positive building of nations, come and talk to us. Come and join us and say, hey guys, I'm in Russia and this is what I do. Or I'm in Taiwan, this is what I do. I'm in China, I'm in Australia, I'm in Egypt, I'm in Morocco, I'm in Ethiopia, I'm in Djibouti, I'm in Somalia. I'm doing this. I would love to collaborate with Swahili Nation. Come, let's talk. And by the way, we do have some conversations that we have. I hope it's going to be every month. The Horn relations, where we talk more about the region. Okay, let me just say the Horn of Africa. It's in the eastern part of Africa. I know some people will say, man, it's east at the end of the day. So, but yeah, we talk about the Horn. Normally we refer to countries like Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, South Sudan or Sudan, and Ethiopia. Which country did I leave out? Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan. So we normally talk about that part of our continent. So please join us every month. I'm not sure when are we gonna be having that conversation. I'm sure Pi and His Excellency Mika will really tell us of the date. Pi, you must come through and tell us when are we having the next one, the next one, the next one. So and also I think we need to challenge ourselves. People who are in West Africa will love to hear from people in the ECOWAS region, Nigeria. From Cameroon, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Guinea, Ghana, Chad, Mali. We want to talk about the guys who are in ECOWAS region. Come, man, we need to have another conversation there where we can have different people from all those countries in West Africa come in. Let's talk about that region as a whole. Sometimes instead of just talking one country, we will talk about each country, by the way, but maybe we need to have something in ECOWAS talk as well. Since we have the Horn relation, we need to have an ECOWAS a conversation. The people who are in West Africa, please gather here, get in touch with us on One Africa. On One Africa, I'm just gonna say this. Please get in touch with us on One Africa, oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. We need people from ECOWAS region. We want to have something just like similar to the Horn relation, and people in the SADC as well. People who are in SADC, Southern African Development Community. We talk about people from DRC. DRC people sometimes tend to forget that it's in the center of Africa and it falls under a lot of regions. It falls in the south, in the SADC region. It's also part of the SADC, is a SADC member, and even the Central African member. So, yeah, man, from Congo, Zambia, Angola, people from Angola, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, Eswatini, Mauritius, Madagascar, the Commerce Island. Please, guys, we need to have something as well for the SADC region. People in the SADC to discuss SADC issues as well. So there's a challenge. We all want the 4 blocks, even the northern part of Africa, the guys who are in Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritania. We need you guys to have a conversation around the northern part of our continent, Northern African community. The guys in the north want to also have a conversation around that part of our continent where we can really talk about your region as a whole instead of just one country. But if you get something that you want to teach us or want to share with us regarding your country, if you're in the north, whether Egypt, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, come on, guys, we need you. We need you to group one another and come in here. You know, so I'm just going to share our email address for those who might really want to join us or have something they want us to discuss. So as I said, I'm challenging everybody from every region in the continent, from north, east, west, and south. SADC region, we need a group from the SADC region. We need even the eastern community. I know there's currently we have the Horn, but we need the guys who are in the eastern part of our continent, the eastern bloc, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, DRC, Congo, DRC, or Democratic Republic of Congo. For some people, when I say DRC, they might not know. Tanzania. We need people from that region as well. Block yourself, and then have something similar to the Horn. Because with the Horn, we even have a WhatsApp group where people discuss even in the group, and we love to have a time where we can just speak about East African community, the East African community, where we can talk about projects there, challenges, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities that are that are in that region. But this is just for every part, every community, ECOWAS, East Africa, SADC, North. We need everybody. We need everybody. We need all these blocks, and we're gonna have a show for all these regions at some point where we're gonna need everybody in. Just gonna bring everybody in one a stream. Then let's communicate. Let's talk about what's happening in your region. What are the opportunities? Uh, what to look out for if you wanna visit, business opportunities, education, things like that. We need to share knowledge. We need to open our borders, open ourselves up to learn from one another as a continent and as a people. So that at least when we go to your countries, we know, hey, watch out on this. These are the culture shocks you're gonna find. In countries like this behavior is not allowed, or is not permissible, things like that, just to help one another. You know what I'm saying? So let's do that. Let's do that. And again, yeah, the 4 blocks. So if you're from the northern part of our continent, we need a group. The Horn, we already have a group. The guys from Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti, we already have a group. Even South Sudan and Sudan, we already have a group. So we need now the East. The East. I think this one, I'll put His Excellency. Maybe he can arrange that. I can try to also plan something for the SADC region. Southern Africa. I can try to collect some people who are in the southern part of our continent, from Angola, Mozambique, all the southern African countries, and even on the ECOWAS side, the western part of our continent. Please, to Niger. Hey, man, we miss you. We need to talk about Nigeria. There's a lot of things happening in Nigeria. We need to cover Nigeria again. Even Brother John, we need to speak about Nigeria. I know there's a lot of development in your country. Elections are coming as well. We need to talk about Nigeria. Guys from Nigeria, we know you guys, you're the giants, and you are you are everywhere. I know you are everywhere. So we need something from Nigeria. We need somebody from Nigeria who can come and just give us things, news, what's happening there in Nigeria. We need to hear what's happening in Nigeria, the politics there, the elections, the economy. We need to talk about Nigeria more further. We've had a conversation about Nigeria before, twice. I think we had one with Two Niger, and we had one with Brother John. So we need another one, especially going into the elections. We've covered Kenya. There's a lot that's coming, guys. So we need more people from all these countries that are having elections, or there's something going on there of interest. Even Mali, we're gonna need to have another conversation with Yusuf regarding Mali. We've seen a lot of headlines, cutting ties with France. So yeah, man, we need a lot from there. We need to hear what's happening on the ground. Mali, Nigeria, Ghana. We need to cover Ghana. Nana Dreams, our sister Nana Dreams. Please, wherever you are, it's been long. We need to talk about your home country, Ghana. We've never had anything on Ghana. We've never really talked about Ghana. I think it's high time. Before this year end, we need to talk about Ghana. There's been a lot of developing stories as well coming out from Ghana. We need to cover Ghana. We need to speak about Ghana. Very interesting country. The land of Kwame Nkrumah. Land of a lot of great leaders that came from that beautiful nation. Wow. Man, we need to somebody from Ghana as well. We need conversation. We need to have some conversation about Ghana. We want to learn more about Ghana. There's been a lot, that's happening, especially on YouTube. We've been seeing a lot of people moving to Ghana from the diaspora. So Ghana seems like it's the place to be as well for people coming from across the world, or people of African heritage or ancestry coming to live in Ghana or even setting up businesses. So we want to have conversations, and if you know somebody from that region, I think Ghana have only covered Wadamaya came to our show. We once hosted him. For some people that have been following us last year, since last year they know about it. We had him on our show. But as far as the nation, we haven't really covered anything. So we need something from there. Maybe he can come back again, Maya, and we can talk about his home country, Ghana. I know he says Africa is his home, is his country, but maybe he can come and just talk about um, Ghana specifically, or anybody. Nana Dreams as well. I think uh, one of these days we need to reach out to Nana Dreams. I need to just check her emails and see if I still have an email, and just send an email. Maybe she can come through and just speak about Ghana. Or if you know anybody from Ghana who's not shy to talk about the nation, there's a lot that we would love to cover. That we sometimes we don't want to talk about certain things until we have somebody who can lay it out to us better, because they live in the country and they know what's happening on the ground. So please, somebody from Ghana, Nigeria, even Egypt. We need to talk about Egypt. There's a lot happening there. Um, and other countries, there's a lot, man. We need to talk about all countries, but those are the countries that come to mind at the moment. That I'm thinking we need to cover. And Banjul, our brother from Gambia, he once promised us to come and talk about Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa. We still need to get somebody from there. Banjul, Abdul, his other name. But yeah, man, we need to cover those countries. What else? Which country? Zimbabwe. It's another country. But I think Zimbabwe can get some people who can come and talk about Zimbabwe. But if you know somebody, please get in touch with us on oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. Today I'm just reaching out on the weekly recap for what we are planning to do. And I know that some people might say, hey, man, why are you saying this? But this is why I'm speaking it out there, so that if somebody is from lives or comes from those countries and they would love to come and speak to us, please get in touch with us, or tell them, notify them, tell them, hey, Swahili Nation needs you. They want to talk about Zimbabwe, Botswana as well. Botswana, people from Botswana, we need to talk about Botswana. Botswana is one of the countries that are shining in our continent, that have shown stability and economic growth. It's a nation that a lot of people hardly talk about when they talk about countries that really have really helped their nation. I mean, eradicating poverty in that country, the economic growth, I mean, of Botswana from 1966 till now, it's one of those countries that it's a miracle to see them really succeed like that, you know. So yeah, please join us, and make sure that you're part of this movement, you know. So join us, family. I'm just gonna pause a little bit. So sorry about that, family. Uh, you know how it is when you are live. There's some people who sometimes want to call you and and ask you other things. But yeah, um, as I said, we need a lot of people. We want to start our drive again to speak to people from different countries. That's a drive going forward. And I hope every Friday we can have somebody from any country who's willing to come here. They can talk about their nation, opportunities, so that we can learn, open up about your countries. And that's the plan, for us to learn from one another and make sure that our countries are known to each other, instead of us hearing when something bad happens or something good only happens, but mostly when something bad happens, that's when we're like, oh, there's a country like this. So we need to know about one another, outside the bad news or big headlines happening in our countries. So yeah, I'm hoping on the weekly recaps we can start having people even during the week, from any of the shows, any of our hosts. They can host you. We can plan. They can come here, and you can come and join any of our hosts, whether it's on the diaspora talk, on the African tradition, on His Excellency's show, Mika, on Dr. Ebenezer's show, Wenda Tezi's show, or even Professor Ezra when he's back as well. We need to talk. We need to talk, family. So anytime, feel free. We can arrange a time and a set for you. So yeah, and there's also a different questions that we would love to ask about all these other countries that I've also mentioned. But yeah, we need to come and talk about it. We need to talk further about this. Oh, and another thing is, the people, we still have the GoFundMe, family. So I know when we talk about this one, they start talking and say, oh, Mr. Money now. He wants to talk about money. So we are still busy. We are still busy with the GoFundMe. Do not forget to place your pledge on the GoFundMe. I'm just going to share the GoFundMe page right now, and then place your pledge. I mean, €5. That's our target. That's our target, family. And I'm just going to share our GoFundMe page. For those who don't know, we are busy raising funds. We're trying to get offices for our company, Swahili Nation One Africa. Let me share with you, family. This is our GoFundMe page. You can like our page. I mean, not like, but go to our page and pledge €5 to our offices. So we want to set up offices. For those who don't know, we are busy trying to have offices set up. We want to procure an office premises, obviously set up a studio for our live streams and for our content creation. So please pledge. Our pledge starts from €5. So this is our GoFundMe page. Let me just do this. I'm going to hide my face and just explain this. For some people to know that we are busy trying to raise funds. We're sitting currently on 3,755. So let's make sure, family, that we reach 4,000. And I know some people had pledged some money, and somehow the GoFundMe, because we had a game that we had played for about Chris Rock versus Will Smith, and then people who had pledged that night, they were refunded because the GoFundMe said you cannot use other people, especially people that are popular, to raise funds. It was a game, but somehow they took it very serious, and then they had to refund all the people that had pledged around that time. So please, family, €5. That's all we need. Pledge €5 for our new offices. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to raise funds for our offices. So please, 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 join us. We are live right now, And please share this link with family and friends. This is what we're trying to raise, €5 each. Our target is 25,000 euros. Yeah, I know to some people it's a lot, but it's come to think what we want to do, it's more than 25,000 euros. But as a start, this is where we're going to start. And we need your support in this journey that we're trying to take to do. And we need you to family to assist us. Make sure that you assist us in this journey. Very important. So in this journey, we're trying to obviously secure offices. Our offices are in a nice location. The locations that we've already spotted, very A grade offices. I mean, this is really like prime um, location, safe. So where we want to take the create our studios for our live streams and editing suite and stuff, man, it's a nice location. And we will also want to invite people when we launch this thing, when we launch our offices, we'll love to invite people that have been pledging to come uh, 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 to Tanzania, Dar es Salaam to be specific. So our offices are going to be set up in Dar es Salaam as a start, but we are going to have satellite offices in all the countries where we have followers, where we have hosts. So we will be going and having different offices in different locations. But as a start, our base we want to start in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. So please join us, and support us in this journey. We took a step of faith, and we believe that we will reach the milestone. It might not be tomorrow, but we are going. We are going to Jerusalem. We will reach there. We are going. We are moving. We are moving. We are moving. Canaan, we shall reach for sure. So please continue subscribing, continue pledging. And I know some people might say, I may have already pledged, and I don't see myself doing further than this. But do not lose hope. Let's continue going. Let's continue marching on. Let's continue marching on. Let us not stop right now. Let us march on, march on, march on, march on, and soldier on forward. Forward we go, backwards never. Forward we go, forward we go, forward we go. And as I always say, let's move forward, let's move forward, let's move forward. Let us not be stagnant. Let us move forward and make sure that we reach our goals and we reach our target, which is 25,000 for our startup. So that's where we are going. And if you're a business, you want to join and partner with us, partner with us. If you want to pledge and say, hey, Swahili Nation, I believe in the vision and I'd love to see Swahili Nation have offices, man, you're more than welcome to pledge any amount, you know. You've got 10,000, 15,000, 25,000, 100,000. Do it right now. Do it right now. And if somebody can say tonight, hey man, I want to pledge $200. I want to make sure that Swahili Nation reaches 4,000 euros. At least this month we need to reach 4,000. We need to start, moving in the fours now. We've been in the threes for like 2 months. We need to move to another gear. We need to move to gear 4 and get obviously 4,000. Have a pledge of 4,000 or more. So in this coming month, at least let's make sure that we're done with 3,000. We're done with 4,000. And if somebody says, I'm a business, I want to partner, I'm a individual, I want to partner with you guys, I want to make sure that you reach your target, any amount is welcome. Any amount, we welcome any amount. If you say, hey man, I've got 5,000, I'm willing to pledge for Swahili Nation, please do it. Please do it. Yeah, so this is our biggest project at the moment in Swahili Nation. And this will open up a lot of opportunities for other people as well. Because imagine when you're having a studio, we're gonna need somebody to edit. We're gonna need people to do templates, um, do a lot of things, video editing. There's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, we're gonna need to employ people as well as we move along, as we move to this office. It's not just gonna be lying idle there and stuff. So we will be moving. That's our next move. That's our biggest project at the moment. Um, yeah, so support us, support us, support us, support us. So do not slack. Um, do not grow weary in your giving. We need you. We need you. We need you. And you are a family. We take you as a family. We do not take you as another, like just a subscriber, just another. So we believe that you are family. You are part of us, and your contribution is highly appreciated. Highly appreciated. So continue giving and do not stop. Continue giving. Every week after making some bread, say, hey, I need to save up some €5, make up an extra €5 for Swahili Nation. So that at least we can have this offices, have the studio. More than anything, the studio, we need to have a proper studio for our live streams where we can invite guests. They can come in, even you as a family, as a Swahili Nation subscriber, a YouTube member, or even somebody who pledged for the offices. We need you to join hands with us and make sure that we have all the offices set up, and we can create more content, a variety of content that we've always had in mind, or we had planned. So please continue subscribing, continue please pledging here. So here's the link. I'm gonna just share the link again for the GoFundMe. I'm gonna share the link for the GoFundMe. So I've just shared the link. Your pledge. And if I can have somebody who can say, hey man, I want to pledge €5. Please feel free to pledge €5. At least let's have something. Let's have something like 380 as a start, if somebody says I've got 220 euros, please pledge, and let's see where we can go and make sure that we reach the target. So our target is 25,000. So you can imagine we're still sitting on 3,755. So hey man, it takes faith. Our faith. So we just took that faith and we know God will provide. You guys will touch your pockets. And I'm sure you guys want to see us in one studio or in one setup where you can say, hey, here's Pastor Ezra, here's His Excellency Mick, here's Tenzin, here's Mwenda Tezi, here's Dr. Ebenezer, here's Professor Ezra, here's did I say Mwenda yeah, I think I said Mwenda Tezi. No, all the hosts, Tenzin, Biggie, Mwenda Tezi, Dr. Ebenezer, Professor Ezra, Pastor Ezra. So we need everybody to be in one space at some point. We're going to do a live stream where we're all going to be live in one location. So yeah, continue. And for those who want to join us, you're more than welcome to join me tonight. If there's something that I might have missed, please join us. share the link, the StreamYard link, for those who want to join and talk to us, suggestions, prayers, word of encouragement, anything. Um, more than welcome to do that. So let me do this. And some people I know, you watch us, but you have not subscribed. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. And if you want to join me, more than welcome to join me. I'll also just share the live stream link for those who want to come and talk about anything or talk about the ideas that I've shared tonight. So please join us for suggestions. Constructive criticism is also welcome. You are more than welcome to criticize us if there's something not right, or even if it's something that we can do better. So please, we do welcome constructive criticism. So please bear with us. So yeah, family, that was it. That's the link. Man, what am I doing here?
ተናግሮ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ጉዳይ አውርቶ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ጉዳይ ተከራክሮ የማይበቃው በዚህ ምሽት እድል የነበረው ነው። አንድ ደቂቃ የሆነ ነገር ይበል እድል ነበረው። ሰዓታችንን ለመቆጠብ ነው። ኢትስ ዩር ተርን።
Thank you so much, first of all. It's such a privilege to be here in this historical place and amazing people. It has always been my dream to, come to Ethiopia. I've been dreaming for this moment for like 2 years. And one of the questions that people, they always ask me is why do you love Ethiopia? And I'm going to try to answer 2 questions that maybe even you guys, you have that question for me right now. Why do I love Ethiopia? Ethiopia is Africa. I don't need to know you. I don't need to understand you. I don't need to see you to love you. I simply love Ethiopia because Ethiopia is Africa. And I love Ethiopians because Ethiopians are Africans. So because of you, I exist. And because of me, you exist. The second question, why do I love Africa? I love Africa because I'm African. There is no one else to love Africa except me. There's no one else to protect Africa, to defend Africa, except me, because I'm African. It's my pride, it's my heritage, it's my nature, it's in my blood. I have African blood in me. We might be speaking different languages, we might be like wearing different clothes today. I look like Habesha here. We might be eating different food, but the fact that you're African and I'm African, I love you. Ethiopians are people who are so proud with their culture, with their food, with their heritage, with their people. When I came here, I was really amazed. I think every other African nation should learn from Ethiopia how much they love themselves. They love what they have. And the same spirit that you guys have for your country, you guys you have for your culture, the same spirit we should have for Africa. When you go abroad, nobody call me Tanzanian. They call me African. And whatever I do, They don't say Mika did this. They say African, that African guy has done this and that. So I represent Africa. You represent Africa. We represent Africa. That's the reason why we're here today. That's the reason why we should love one another. That's the reason why we should protect one another. That's the reason why we should stand for one another. Because if you fail, I fail. If you don't have peace, I don't have peace. If you die, I die. And if you survive, I survive. And that's what we need. We need people who love Africa with everything they got. Because out there, nobody loves Africa. And it's my responsibility. It's our responsibility to love Africa, to defend Africa with everything we got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to thank Arts TV for inviting our brother.
It's one of the speech, like for me, I listen attentively. So and whenever I share this, some people might say, hey man, you love sharing almost the same thing, because those are the speeches that was during our launch for the One Africa launch. So those are dear to my heart. Those are the speeches that are dear to my heart. What the foundation of One Africa and Swahili Nation. Those are the speeches that are dear to my heart, because those are the foundations. Those are like the launch. That was the launch. So imagine those will always be something I'll always cherish in my heart. We can do a lot of videos, but this will always be some of the videos that I always use as a reference of what I'm doing, why I'm here as a host, and why we're doing this. This is one of the words that will always encourage us, why we're doing this. We're doing this for our continent because we love it. We love our continent. We love our people. More than anything, we love our people. And we love the people that are supporting us. We love you. We love you. We love Africa. And even if you don't support us, we still love you. Our love does not change, but you remain close to our hearts. I mean, there's a difference between you can love somebody and there's somebody that you love and they are so dear to you, they're close to your heart. You love them dearly, they're like, here. So unlike if it was just a matter of somebody you just love from a distance, but once people support you and they show you love, they come close to you, you start loving them dearly, because now they are very close. You can treat them, their needs, you start knowing their needs, they know your needs. They know your troubles, you know their troubles. So that's one of the speeches that I always cherish. That's one of the speeches that I always cherish. Every whenever I start my show, those are my points of references, why I do these shows and why I come here. And I would love to encourage you. I love to encourage you to always have a purpose. I mean, maybe talking about purpose. You can talk about purpose. I mean, what is your purpose in life? Why are you here? What do you think you need to achieve? Even if it's not just achieve, but what do you feel in your heart that you need to do? And what has God maybe placed in your heart to share with the world? What talents, gifts that God has given you that you need to share with people? The world people are waiting to, so many people that have they're so talented, they've got so much talent, so much gift, so much energy, so much in their disposal. But the world is waiting for it, and it's time to take that step to say, you know what? I believe in this idea. I want to start a business. I'm going to start a business. I want to start a company. I'm going to start it. I'm going to school. I'm going to go to school. I want to further my studies. I'm going to further my studies. It's time that we need to reach out and start doing things, even if the financial part will come, but the main thing is the drive amongst us. Let's have that hunger to build and make sure that we achieve everything that we set ourselves to do. Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. This is not for tomorrow, but it's for now. Even if tomorrow you don't start, but start today something. Start drafting those ideas. Start writing them down. Start planning. Start jotting them around. Start playing with the ideas, man. whatever. I mean, we've got so much, guys. Let us not be discouraged. If you've been discouraged and you feel like, man, I don't want to do anything. I'm tired of this. This business failed. This idea failed. This thing failed. This door has been closed. I would love to encourage you. Try again. Try another door. Do not give up. Do not quit. Do not, man, do not give up. Do not give up. Do not quit. Start all over again. Try 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 again until you get it right. It's just something that I just want to encourage our viewers. I just want to encourage people that are watching all over the world. Like, this is the time to do all the things that we want to do. Whether any idea, whether how big it is, even if that idea needs $1 billion US, do not despair. Do not give up. Do not give up. Start now. Start doing something. Start moving. Start knocking at doors. Start talking to people. Start sending those proposals. Doing something. Let's all get busy. Let's start doing something, family. Time is on our side. When I say time is on our side, meaning you control time. I know people might not get what I'm saying. It might come out as a parable, but time is on our side. We have the power to control time. Time is moving, but we are in charge of our own time, our own destinies. You need to channel this time. You say, by this time, I'm channeling my energy into this. By this time, I'm doing this. That's when time is on your side. That's what I'm saying when I say time is on our side. And it's not everybody. We're all given the same amount of time. So we need to use it productively. We need to use it to move forward, to build, to empower, to learn, to acquire knowledge, to share knowledge. So let's do that. And let us not die with our ideas. It's painful. I mean, the world will be missing something. We are all unique. We are all unique. All unique. We are all unique. So let's yeah, Marit, thank you. God's timing, God's timing is the best, but we should not wait and say God will just bring things. God has assigned us to do things, has given us the gifts, the talents to use it in that time. Whether the achievement is for God to bring them but we need to do something. I mean, we need to be active. We need to use our talents. We need to multiply our talents. I know there's a scripture that talks about talents as well, about others who've multiplied, others who've hidden their talents, others who fear to use their talents. So let us not be those who are not wise. Let us be wise in this time and use our gifts, use our talents, use whatever resource at our disposal. And let us not be stopped by the challenges of our countries. We need to fight the systems that block us. When I say fight, I mean we need to find ways around them. I know some people say, hey, my country, there's no good internet, or there's no good like this, and I want to do this. But let's work. Let's knock on doors. Maybe it's when you're talking about certain resources that you need in your country, maybe you're the person who needs to start a company and solve that problem in your country. So let us do that. Some ideas, I know we all want to make that excuse. Oh, maybe let me just say excuse, but we all want to reason and say, man, we need the money. We need the money. But if we are not ready, even if we get the money, we'll not succeed. We need to be ready. We need to be fully equipped. When the resources, all the more resources come into our disposal, we need to be ready psychologically, emotionally. Even our skills need to be on par to handle those resources. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, family. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do something. Let's do something. And I've seen a lot of people that have been really working, doing other great things. We have Brother Reach, who's also building an app. He needs people. He needs hands, guys. Triangle is going to revolutionize the world in so many ways. So, and I know there's a lot of developers out there. Even Sam is busy doing something, an app. And I can't wait, Sam. We've been waiting for you to come and launch your app that you've been doing. So if you're somebody who's in the tech space, we need you, family. We need you. We need a lot of people in the tech space. I know a lot of developers tend to like, nah, I don't do interviews. Just give me my resources. I'll work on the background. No, man, we need you. You need to share with the world your ideas. You need to share the great work that you're doing. I mean, do not hide those talents. I mean, other kids need the inspiration. Come and share and say, hey, I'm a developer, I'm a software developer, this is what I do. Or I'm busy with this project I'm launching and I would love your support. Come, and I'm sure a lot of people will be willing to support your endeavors and stuff, your projects and stuff. So this is a family. We are a family. So come and join us and let's move together. Do not hide yourself or hide your talents. We are here, and this platform, His Excellency Mika has built this platform so that people can engage and people can share their expertise, their knowledge, anything that they feel that we need to be enlightened on. So please feel free to get in touch with us on One Africa. One Africa official at gmail.com. And as I said earlier, Swahili Nation, One Africa, we are under construction. So let's build together. Let's build together. We are under construction. So we need all the hands we can get. We need all the minds, we need all the ideas. We need all of you to come because we know everybody's unique and they bring something to the table. No one is just born without a plan, without an idea, without anything great inside them. Yeah, Brother Rich, thank you. And thank you. And Marit, it's true. This is what we're talking about. Not to sit and wait, but work. Wait, but working, you know. there's the waiting part is for you to get that breakthrough, you know. But working, I'm waiting and I'm pushing this until I get my breakthrough, you know. That's, you know, and listen to God's guidance. So thank you, Marit, for that. So this is what we're talking about, family. And Brother Rich, I see you there. Brother Rich is the architect. Thank you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you as well, doing God's work, God's mission, and using your gifts and your talents to build something. You know, I'm really inspired when I see guys that are doing nice big projects. I mean, in the background, and man, we get really inspired. We get inspired. Honestly, I really get inspired. How many people are doing so many things? Yeah. And others are even hosts here. You know, you'll be shocked. We've got guys who are in real estate. We've got guys in different fields. And even if you take all the hosts, the Swahili Nation hosts, and just say, guys, what are you doing? What, like, besides, you know, working for Africa, man, you'll be shocked how many of us, I mean, how many great ideas or things that people are working on. Guys, Get inspired. Oh man, there's a lot that's happening at the moment in our continent. We've got a lot that's happening. So for people that think maybe we um um that think maybe we are just sitting here in Africa, hey man, Africa is doing great things. So um yeah, join us and see some of the inspiration. And I would love us to share more of things that we are busy with, projects, outside work, and even in your personal space. There's great ideas out there, guys. I've been checking like things, innovation ideas that are coming and things that are being implemented in the world. You need to be on the move. We need to be on the move. We need to be on the move, family. We need to be on the move. And one of the brothers says that inspire me. Sometimes inspiration comes from different people. Do not think it's only the Elon Musk of this world, the Jeff Bezos of this world. No, there's a lot of people who are doing great things. Not popular, but doing things that some of the stuff that we're using on a day to day, not realizing it's just normal people. Sorry about that. I had to quickly fix my connection here. But yeah, as I was saying, family, that there's a there's a lot that we need to draw from different people. Hence, I want everybody to have a to come here and not underestimate what you're doing. It might not be the biggest project in the world. It might not be something that's trending, but share that knowledge. You never know how many people you are touching, and so many people can get inspired by what you are doing. And even if you are working for a company, even if it's just something that you know that you do on the side, or something that you are working on, come and let's share these ideas. Let's share and enlighten one another. Let us sharpen one another. And I see my brother Rich is here tonight. Welcome, brother Rich. Good to see you.
Thank you, brother. Good to see you again. I came to give you some energy, you know. I see you've been here for like an hour, maybe a little more, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So I just came to say hi to everybody, you know, and I'm still moving.
definitely.
How are you? What's going on in Africa, man? How are you? Update us, man. Update
Yeah,
your
man. A lot
update
is
your
happening in.
sorry, I was gonna say update your diaspora soldiers over here.
Yeah, man. There's a lot happening in Africa. Some good news as well. Currently, there's two things happening. In Zimbabwe, for example, they're drilling for oil. So something positive
Mm-hmm.
for the nation of Zimbabwe. That's something that has been that I've also been following a lot of recent. And another country that's also drilling for oil and gas, it's Namibia.
Nigeria?
Namibia is also
Okay.
busy. Yeah, Nigeria as well is busy with the gas pipelines. There's I think two
Going to
pipelines that
Germany.
I've read about to
Mm-hmm.
Germany, to Europe, and another one to the north, the West African one, where they're gonna be, I think, connecting like Benin, Togo, Ghana, most of the ECOWAS countries. I've seen that as well. And Mozambique as well. There's a lot of now that's now the proven one where there's a lot of gas. We know there's been some uprising and some rebel group that started appearing after the gas find. But also that gas find, I mean, that those gas reserves, they go further to, I think, even Tanzania on their coast. So it's between Mozambique and Tanzania. So it will change a lot for those two nations as well once they can drill and start extracting that gas and oil, but mostly gas. So it will be good news, I mean, for the market, and also the prices of energy. They've been going higher with the war in Ukraine. So, but yeah, those are some of the positive stories that I've been checking out. And what else? And there's been a lot, man. I don't know where to start, but those are some of the things that I've been following up of recent. That's happening. What else? What else do you want to know, brother Rich? What else? What's been happening again? Some people, I mean, if somebody wants to come and share some of the things that I might not be aware of, but those are some of the things that have been happening in our continent, and I think we are moving in the right direction. I mean, imagine what it will do to the economy of Zimbabwe once the oil is exploited, and the economy will really pick up a lot, and Zimbabwe will rise again to become the breadbasket of Africa. And we pray for the nation of Zimbabwe to succeed, and to bring the dignity of Zimbabwe again. I mean, that's a great nation. Some people say it's also a sleeping giant, and I believe that Zimbabwe soon will begin to rise again from its hardship that they currently have. And we ask that the US and the UK, they must stop the sanction on Zimbabwe. We need Zimbabwe functioning well. We need Zimbabwe to operate to its full capacity as a nation, and with the nation that has a good infrastructure base to build on. It's not a country that's going to be starting from zero. So we need to see Zimbabwe back on top of economically and even politically. We need to see that beautiful nation. It's a beautiful country, and we need to see it back on the African map and African politics as well. So yeah, again, there's a lot, man, that's happening. What else? Even Malawi, at some point I've heard about, but then there was a lot of environmental issues regarding there's also oil, I think, in the lake, Malawi. I'm not sure where specifically, but this has been years ago. But there's been obviously a to and fro, the legal battles between the environmentalists and obviously some of the gas or oil companies that are trying to exploit gas there. But there's a lot, guys. If there's somebody who knows something that we need to also, oh yeah, Ethiopia as well. I know the Grand Renaissance Dam, more units have been now commissioned. I don't know how many. I think it might be 2 or 3. So Ethiopia is also on the rise in terms of their hydro project. So yeah, I mean, it's coming along, and we hope it'll reach its full potential. And for the most part, I mean, we pray that even the rural areas will get electricity in Ethiopia, and also industries will start being built. Big industries will come into Ethiopia, and they can now use that electricity. And we know that the Grand Renaissance Dam hydro scheme, it's going to help. I mean, besides electrification of most part of Ethiopia, they will be also selling the electricity to neighboring countries, South Sudan. I think even Kenya might be buying from them, but a lot of countries will be buying from Ethiopia. So that's a great project, a great African project, because it's not just for one country, but it's for the collective of the continent, because we really need electricity in our continent. So this will be really great. This is great news, and we know that there's been issues with Egypt, but we hope that this thing will be resolved, and Egypt will still get water from Ethiopia, and Ethiopia will still also produce electricity for the other African countries, and not just one country. So thank you, Ethiopia, for that big project. We know it was money. Most of the money came from even people who are in Ethiopia, the people of Ethiopia. So it's a great project, and a project that was done by the people for the people. So, and we hope that all will go well, and there will be a compromise, or a meeting point where Ethiopia and Egypt can really sit down and resolve the issue of the Blue Nile, the water issue. But we know both projects, that big project is going to help a lot in the eastern part of the continent, the Horn and the whole eastern part of Africa, that will be able to benefit from that project, the Grand Renaissance Dam. So it's called the GERD. Some people use it the GERD. So yeah, so we can't wait. Until all units are running, commissioned, and there's electricity for that part of our continent. And another big potential that remains as well for our continent, especially when it comes to hydro electric schemes. I mean, it's the Inga dams there in DRC Congo. And you must remember that the Congo rivers, I think it's the deepest river in the world. So, and as you all know, that Congo has one of the highest rainfall in the world. I think it's second to just the Amazon in South America, Brazil. So there's a lot of water schemes there. There's a lot of water. I mean, that's why they say Congo can feed the whole continent and the world if it exploits its full agricultural space and even electricity. It can give us electricity, and it can give us food. So we need a stable DRC Congo. I mean, why am I say DRC Congo? DR Congo, or Democratic Republic of Congo, or the both Congos, Congo Brazzaville or Congo Kinshasa, for some people when they differentiate the two. But we need that part of our continent running smooth, because I mean the minerals. Talking about DRC, I mean we can get minerals. Almost all the minerals in the world are in the Congo. They've got the water. They've got the fertile soil. Man, what does Congo need? Congo can feed our continent, can feed the whole continent, and it is in terms of the potential of the DRC. It can be the richest. The potential remains as the richest country in the continent, not fully exploited. So that's something that we need. We need DRC to really function well and to reach its full capacity and full potential. Because currently we are running on, it's not reaching its full capacity and full potential, and it's being exploited. And we need to make sure that we save. I mean, when we talk about the sleeping giants of Africa, I know some people say Zimbabwe is also a sleeping giant. And other people are saying Nigeria is a sleeping giant, or it's a giant of Africa. I think Africa has not seen anything. When Congo starts flexing its muscle, I think even the Nigerians are going to sit down and say, hey, Congo.
That's funny.
I'm telling you, when we talk about the real sleeping giant, I'm not taking away from Nigeria as the giant of Africa, but the real sleeping giant is DRC. Another sleeping giant is, yes, Zimbabwe, But I think the real giant that's really, really sleeping, that's like saying, guys, I'm coming, it's DRC.
No, man, you're right, man. You're right. All that's missing in DRC, but from what I could see, it leads back to the same thing anyway, which is intelligent organization. People being able to solve their problems with the tools that they have around them. That's true independence, True independence when you can look at a problem and you have the human resources and the mineral resources to solve whatever problem you need to solve. So I think that after I myself believe in Congo so much, man. I don't even know why, but the fact that when I started learning about what's happening on the continent with our people over there, one of the first person I ran into was Patrice Lumumba, and I was like, I started digging in, digging in to find out why they killed him, how they killed him, what does Congo have? How come they're still holding on to it so bad? And then how come also that fast forward to today, why is that man who brought back Patrice Lumumba's teeth even in the Congo? Like, who invited him there? We don't want no diplomatic ties with Belgium until our wounds are healed. Like you still have like heavy, deep wounds there, and this man gone there to talk about he going to see the president of Congo and all type of things. Also, I don't know if you guys know, but the president of Congo was a businessman in Belgium, eh? Do you know that?
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. So what it looks like what been happening in Africa is that the Europeans been meeting a lot of business people in Europe and then propping them up as presidents and as put them to govern over resources if they don't make them presidents, or they will prop them up as a militant leader or something that governs certain mines and certain resources, give them all the weapons and resources that they need. But he was a businessman in Europe, in Belgium. So I don't even know what that Belgium man come back there for. Like, they brought back Patrice Lumumba too, and then come look like they do like they did something for us. Well, anyway, I think that's what it needs. I think that Congo is actually the giant. I think you're right. Congo is actually the giant because of their natural resources, not just mineral resources, but water, and the fact that they have such a forested. They have that's the largest forest land I think on the earth. Congo. So there's a lot there to be discovered. There's a lot there to learn. There's a lot there to organize. I think that's why I want to be buried there.
Wow. That's something. I mean, I think what you said is very important. Looking at the potential with Congo, and I think like we've not. It's like a child that's not. No one, like we've got this smart child that has not been taken care of, and this child is just doing whatever they want because there's no proper like guidance and protection over this child. It's like a child of destiny. Like when they say somebody has a great destiny, but they need to be nurtured, they need to be protected, they need to be mentored well for that child to reach their greatness, to reach their full potential. So I think Congo is one of those child that Mother Africa has not really protected, like all the big brothers
Yeah.
like Nigeria, Ghana. I call them big brothers, and especially Ghana. I call Ghana a big brother. I
Yeah.
call
Well.
Ethiopia a big brother as well, because those are the nations that have had, or like say, independence earlier, or even countries that have not been conquered or colonized, and they've had history, they've had a lot of things still intact, unlike other countries where there's a lot of looting that happened on those nations, you know. And those old countries or the older brothers are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be coming to save the young brother. I'll call Congo maybe the young brother because economically, though, I'm not talking about just in general, but economically, I'll call him the young brother because he has not yet grown to own or control his own resources and make sure that he can become his own man, you know?
Yeah, bro. I think that this is, as you was talking about people drilling for oil in those different African countries. I was thinking to myself, understanding the geopolitics of what's happening and everything, I believe these African countries need to abstain from giving Europe any gas or any oil for a little bit, at least a little while, to teach them a lesson, because they have been coming into our continent like they own it there. Like I even saw this image recently of what his name is. What his name is again? This guy. I'll tell you his name just now. I saved the picture. So his name was Lord Salisbury. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him, but this was like during those times, during the 1903. So that's after 1884, after the split of Africa. Hear what this man said. This man said, quote, "We have been engaged in drawing lines upon maps where no white man's feet have ever trod. We have been giving our mountains and rivers and lakes to each other, only hindered by the small impediment that we never knew exactly where the mountains and rivers and lakes were." Do you hear that? And I'm saying right now that after all of that stuff, I believe that it is time that Africa put Europe in its place. Not Africa being Europe last resort after Russia thumped them in the eye, after they went go mess with Ukraine. Africa needs to think strategically now. Need to be strategic with whatever they're gonna do. They can't just be desperate. You can't show signs of desperation with people like these European governments here. They have to be strategic now. And when I say strategic, I mean if Europe wants Africa's oil now that Russia thumped them in the belly and make them coughing up everybody's lunch money, then Europe need to make the African Union, give the African Union a permanent seat and the UN Security Council, and also all these foreign businesses that are in Africa that stem from slavery, the African Union needs to make those businesses leave Africa. We don't care. We don't care what they do there. Let them store concrete in the pipes like how they did in Guinea, like how the French did in Guinea up there. Let them store concrete in the pipes. Let them do whatever they want, as long as they leave. But the idea that the fact that they're looking for oil from other places now, like Nigeria and Malawi and what are Zimbabwe. I'm just thinking to myself, if the African Union and the African nations presidents are not smart, they're gonna lead us right back into like total slavery, not just economic slavery, but total slavery. Because these Europeans, we have to be careful with them, Virgin. I'm not even saying this as anything. We have to be very careful with these people. These people got in their laws and constitution that they can go to war with people over oil. Most wars are connected to oil. The reason why Kuwait was separated from Iraq, it was because there's oil in Kuwait, and they wanted to separate oil from Iraq, so that Saddam Hussein don't have access to any resources that they own in the area. So they cut it off. They cut off Kuwait from Iraq. Another thing, the reason why they cut off the Panama Canal over there was for the same reason. European has been organizing the world in their image for the past how many hundreds of years. And I feel like now is the time to put an end to it. And that's what the Russians are saying. The Russians are saying now that this world, this old world, that where unilateralism was legal, where Donald Trump could just go as president and just come out of whatever deals he had and kill people. They're saying that that world is over, and we need to say the same thing. We need to say that world is over because that world doesn't serve us. That world was built on the backs of our people. So I feel like, as I say, I feel like it's a good thing that they're digging oil and they're looking for resources and everything. But at the same time, it can turn into a very bad thing in the long run because the European Union already investing how many billions into Africa again, and they're making it public now. They're making it public. So which means that they're planning for the long run. They're planning to dig in deep into Africa, so that by the time we look at Africa in another 20 years, we won't even recognize it. We won't even recognize it. That's what they want for us, and they want us to be good boys and girls and work for them in our third world country, so-called third world country, bring them wood and water so that they can make resources and sell it back to us in Africa so they can call this first world. This must be reversed, and I think that, as I say, then those presidents need to be very careful. I think we need to refrain from giving them anything, any oil, any gas, anything, and show them how weak they are. Show them how weak they are, and tell them if they don't learn some manners as we move on in the future, that we're gonna come over there, over the Mediterranean, and teach them another lesson. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying about Africa right now, that we are at the also in a strategic position to negotiate what we've always wanted, a permanent seat on the Security Council, and also our mineral leverage. I mean, our gas, our oil that we have. Europe is exposed currently that they now need Africa. I mean, when now Russia has been not favoring them and also just sanctioning them, it's also you can say partially sanctioning them on the or on the gas side, and now they remember that, oh, Mother Africa is there, let's go to Africa. And I think what you're saying is Africa right now, they're supposed to say, hey guys, you need oil, we also need that permanent seat in the Security Council. Before we
Yes.
negotiate about gas pipelines and all these other things,
Yes, exactly.
and investments that you promise billions and whatnot, governments not to be fooled by those things, because eventually they have no other way to run. Even if they can try to go to America, America is strained in terms of their gas supplies. Even if they go to Canada, it's the distance to reach.
They already came, my brother.
Yeah.
To ask, and the Canadian government told them they can't help them. They told the Germans, we can't help you. We don't have enough resources to help you to replace that Russian gas and oil. But what I'm saying is Africa is in the perfect position for the perfect time. I'm telling you, because they can't come in and invade like how they used to unless they want to go into another world war, and they're not ready for that. No matter all the weapons they have, they're still not ready for that. Look at how them Taliban barefoot motorcycle had them running out of Afghanistan. You think they can stand any world war right now? They can't do nothing. They can't do nothing but beg. That's why they're going around the world begging. So I'm just saying, man, I mean, this is not rocket science. This is not rocket science at all. Supply and demand. That's what it is. Supply and demand. Use the fact that you can supply and the demand that they need for whatever you have and you're supplying, that popping up out of your earth randomly, and press them. That's all you have to press them, because they don't have no choice now unless they want their population to turn against them and things go back to the dark ages over there. They don't have no choice.
I mean, it's interesting times that we are seeing right now. Let me just welcome Biggie. Biggie has just joined us. I saw him in the comment section, and I think he's been here waiting. But welcome, Biggie.
Hey, thank you for having me, Pastor Ezra. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to some of you out there. I've been listening. The architect is there. What's up, Rich? How's everything? Happy Friday, and it's gonna be some weekend for us in the East Coast. We got the Labor Day, which is 3 days off. But again, everything that you said, both of you, we are on a pivotal time, time that we created and time that they really created as the timeline is bending now, because what happened is the first mistake they've done is the globalism, and then now after the globalism they want to have one world order, so everybody's going to line up. It seems like somebody been watching too much Star Trek, to have that kind of vision to begin with. And too much movie, it's just so many drama that's coming in. And like I said, the world leaders, especially the elderlies, I mean, they are COVIDized. They don't know what hit them on COVID time, and now what's hitting them coming to make this kind of simple decision. People are hungry. They're hungry for work. They're hungry for food. They're hungry for innovation. They're hungry to change the way this world is going. I mean, we're talking about Africa. Africa is on a standstill. Okay, and from what I'm saying, I do not make mistake. The standstill is according to the globalist view, but Africa is moving. Underneath, Africa is moving, and things start changing in a blink of an eye. And again, it's going to change over right now. I was teasing Pastor Ezra. I'm like going, listen, what's going on with your weather in South Africa? I thought they cut off the gas in there, they took his gas, no supply. You understand? And I'm pretty sure everybody that's going to see that, oh, South Africa got cut off from the gas supply, huh?
At least we don't import a lot of gas. I mean, we have our own gas on the coast. It's not a lot, but we've been also importing from Mozambique. Mozambique has gas, besides the other big gas find there in the northern part of Mozambique. There's also gas that we've been importing from them, but we've always had gas, in the eastern part of our coast. We've had some gas there that we've been pumping for maybe close to 50 years or 40 years or over,
Right.
somewhere there. But it's more than 40 years. I think it might be 50 something years that we've been, extracting gas from the sea. So it's just oil. Currently, again, South Africa, they've also been trying to exploit for oil. But then there's a lot of environmentalists who anti that. They've been stopped for drilling, or what do you call it? There's a word they use, man. That they use to survey the seabed and all that stuff. I just forgot the word, but there were the WEF and some other environmentalist groups in the country. They took all these multinationals to court, and then it was stopped from doing it. And another one, there was the shale gas as well. There's a lot of shale gas. There's another part of the country called the Karoo. It's a semi-desert, arid area. It's a very dry area. So also same thing there. It was stopped because they said environmentally it will damage groundwater. So, and also some wealthy business people were anti that shale gas thing. So that also just went down the drain. But there's still some push to get those projects running and stuff because of the potential that they can really help the country. I mean, if you know that the world of the country was on gold. I mean, at some point, I think in the 70s, there was no country that produced more gold than South Africa at some point. But yeah, our our gold production has really gone down. The mines are very deep. We have the deepest mines in the world, by the way, for gold. So that has been really something that has not been doing so much well. We've lost our top position. We're like somewhere number 5 there in the world or number whatever. So, and platinum is still number 1, manganese is still number 1. But in terms of gas and oil, there's been a lot of resistance, especially on the sea and even on inland in terms of the shale gas as well. So, but let's see how it goes. But yeah, there's been a lot of blockades and a lot of legal battles. So I don't know how long it will take for them to drill for new gas and oil in the sea. But let's see. We'll wait and see. Because there's a big potential as well to strike some oil and gas.
Yeah, but brother, I'm saying like that's good and everything, right? But there's something else that we need to consider, and like our existence can continue be dependent upon what people need in the world. The way how we feed our children can be dependent on what we need in the world. That's why I think that the African Free Trade Agreement, the African Free Trade Area, this is a very powerful thing because all the resources that the continent have and how the continent has been split up, if they can share and sell the resources between each other, they don't need to worry about what the politic is outside unless it comes to defense, because they won't need anything. And the fact that all of these outside European gas companies are the only ones that could come into Africa and dig up the resources and give us 30% of what they make, or even less sometimes, even that itself has to have to change. So what I'm saying is that it's a the fact that Russia, I like to say this, the fact that Russia thumping them in the eye. I love to say Russia thumping them in the eye. They don't behave themselves now. But it shouldn't be dependent on whether or not Europe need oil or not. And it should, and even if they need oil, they need to have companies in the continent itself that can give us a strength from within and dig up the oil that they have on the continent and sell it to them. That's the reason why they're giving us the price for our resources constantly, because we don't have the tools to get it ourselves and the organization. So they say, okay, if you want this oil out of this ground, you have to sell us this oil for 70% less than it actually worth. And we can't say nothing because we don't have the tools, right? I mean, I don't know what country has the tools or not. Maybe I'm over exaggerating when I say that, but from how it looks, these companies, Shell and all these big oil companies, these are not African companies. These are companies in Europe. These are companies that probably was involved in the slave trade. I mean, long in the long run. I mean, back in history, that end up coming to be these specific companies now, because of course they're gonna need the technology that they used during slavery times to dig up people's resources to actually own these shell companies now and be doing this stuff. But all I'm saying is that the strength now is the time for Africa to show their strength from within, not outside now anymore. No more calling anybody to give us jobs anymore. That's past. So now is the perfect time for Africa to show, and Africans to show that they have strength within them and that they can create a new world for themselves, or at least cut out a part of this earth so they can live in peace. You know what I mean? So I feel like that is also very important to consider at this time. But you're going to take more than the African Union, you know. I mean, the African Union is a good tool. It's a very good tool, but it take a little more.
Yeah, Reg, you know, right now, what we are witnessing, okay, you're looking at the pricing and all that, right? I started the conversation saying now the world is really global. Everybody can communicate from one end to another. there are tools and equipment, okay, machineries that are not authorized to be exported in certain area in the market, okay, because of the technology. Definitely not. Some of these items are more likely you can export them in Africa, but they might have a little leak that might go to China, and they get replicated. You know what I mean? But
Oh,
technology
gotcha.
wise, so in the old days, yes, whatever the contract that they written, it's like a blind contract. You look at it, okay, I'm going to make this much money, okay, this, and the percentage is usually not really a look into. It's just the amount of money that they're going to be given every time they take out the mine. Because really, for all fairness, at the end of the day, gold is gold. Okay, how you extract it, or how you're going to be doing it. At the end of the day, when you sell that gold, it has a price. Okay, within that price, you have operational cost, and you deduct that and all that. That's when you look at your profit from the extraction, okay, from excavating. All that can be balanced out if you know really, really, really that you're going to be very competitive on it, and especially gold has variation depending on the carat. It has all kind of variation for it. But all that now is in the tip of our finger. I can find out what gold is worth right now, this second, at this minute. Okay, I might not predicted what's going to happen in the next hour, but there's an average pricing that's going, and then you make the calculation. And the other thing is, I was looking at some information. So why is it Africans were not able to extract things? Then I looked at some of the equipment, bulldozers, those heavy machineries cannot be exported unless there's a licensed excavator or licensed personnel. It's like if you have Boeing, right? It doesn't mean you have access to the avionics unless you're certified by Boeing, unless you really are certified and keep the secrecy. You understand? When it comes to the
But
technology,
can I ask you a
okay?
question, Biggie?
But
So then, how are the Americans and the Europeans' worst enemy doing it then? How is Iran doing it? How are they digging up their own oil and their own resources and everything?
okay, when it comes to Iran, Iran is very advanced. Don't forget, Iran is very, very advanced country when it comes to the technology. These are the people that are really selling drones to Russia now.
Yeah.
Okay, these are the people that's going after the nuclear energy.
Mm.
You understand? These are the people that really are making and fabricating their own stuff.
And that's
You
how you build
understand?
pride.
So you see, Iran, Iran was the king of oil exports, and it was really supported by the West. Iran is what Iran is because of the West really supported the Shah, so to get hold of that oil and to manipulate them. But that time is over. Since the 80s, forget it. Nothing's
But,
trickling down to the West.
but Biggie, see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I'm saying that um the Europeans can say, oh, they won't export the technology to this place and that place, but let's do the oil for a good example. Man,
The oil, the
it
drill, listen, the
huh?
drill for those oil
Um,
was in already before
oh yes,
Iran
yes,
is Iran.
yes.
So they already got it. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
exactly. But this is my point now. This is gonna get to my point now. I know that the Shah they supported the Shah with everything, even nuclear technology. But after 1979, all that technology ended up in the hands of the new Iranian government right now. But what I'm saying, okay, fine, that happened. So then we contact the Iranians, tell them we got some oil here, ask them for their technology because I'm sure everything, let me tell you, everything that the West left in Iran before their revolution in 1979, the Irans know how to replicate that. They know how to replicate it 10 times better now, actually. Even
some of their even some of their fighter jets. They're making their own fighter jets now based on what they learned from what the Americans and the Western world left there at that time. So I'm saying, if there's a country in Africa that has oil and they won't give them the license to get the machines and those things, go to someone else, man. Look, Russia right there. Russia was, I mean, am I making it sound too simple?
No, not at all. The thing is that the game that the Americans play and the Europeans play is always the long game, and they put all these different rules. Because if you just look at what's going on here, now because there is a building boom, they're opening up to all contractors. But prior to that, to keep you out, if you're not licensed, you can't do this. You can't be a part of this crew because you need these certifications. So they'll use stuff like that to prevent you from doing it. But then people coming in as immigrants, are they coming in with licenses? But yet they're able to get on the crew. So they play these little games. So you have to learn how to play it better than they play it.
Exactly. And I do.
If it means retrofit, we retrofitted everything on this planet. So if you got it, you can build it.
Exactly. But I'll also go back to that Dr. John Henry Clark saying one of his popular videos. He said, the person who made a car first never seen one before. You know what I mean? So I think that it depends. It depends. Do we want to move fast and end up building a house on sand? Or we actually want to build a nation? We actually want to build a strong house. First thing you got to do is dig the foundation. I mean, even before you dig the foundation, you have to survey the land to see if the land can even take what house you're going to put on that land. And what I'm saying is, like, I believe at the state where we're at now in the world, we should say to hell with all of these stupid, what do you call these again? Non-disclosure form. We should say to hell with all of these contracts that these people got with these people talking about they can't sell us any equipment because they have these rules. To hell with them then. Go to someone else. And then when you get it, when you finally buy it from someone else, break it down and rebuild it. It's a longer road, but it's a stronger road. Break it down, build it, replicate it, and end up selling it for yourself. I'm gonna give you guys one more story before I stop talking. 40 years ago, 43 years ago, when the Iranians had their revolution, they were banned from exporting weapons. 40 years after, the United Nations has banned them. They was banned 43 years ago. They were banned from importing weapons when they had the war between them and Iraq. When the whole world helped Iraq and tried to strangle Iran. Then, 43 years after, they are banned from exporting weapons. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? So 43 years ago, 43 years ago, they're banned from importing weapons. 43 years after, they're banned from exporting weapons. They're even building weapons depot in Armenia right now.
So they already knew that they had that technology that could literally change the trajectory of what's going on this planet. So now they want to block it.
Exactly. So the main point is, like, that's how you build pride. That's how you build pride. But being able to solve problems around you using the tools around you. Being able to defend yourself using the tools around you. That's how pride is built in a nation. But my main point is that it's gonna take if Zimbabwe is under sanctions, find a way to beat the sanctions. Iran been under sanctions for 43 years, the harshest sanctions anybody could have in the world.
So that's why it's important for you to start building alliances within the continent and stop depending upon, because if you keep depending upon external forces, they're gonna only allow you to benefit themselves.
Exactly. That's what.
So you're saying you're not allowed to do that, but I'm allowed to take all your resources out of your plant. Make that make sense. If you're not gonna deal with me, you shouldn't be dealing with me with anything. But no, it benefits me because Your money is sitting in my bank and I have control of it. And I'll tell you, like a little bitty child, you can only get this allowance because you didn't cut the grass. So instead of you getting your $5 this week, we're only going to give you $1.50 until you do all your chores. And it doesn't make sense.
Exactly. So
And at the same time, remember now, we got everybody is mining, right? The resources coming out, right? But now we need to know who owns those resources.
Yep.
You see? Now we can have a share information because there's a lot of things to do within the continent, and we need heavy machinery, a smart machinery with all the technology in them. And it's exactly how they did find out, the way they found out about our minerals and resources. And now they have it on a larger scale using technology. But somebody within the continent knows what the machinery does and how to really make a better machinery than what they have, because there's always room for improvement. Do we have this? Yes, we do have the science. Do we have the technology savviness? Yes, we do. Do we have the experience? Yes, we do. Now, it's putting those together and to come as one. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yes, intelligent organization. It always gonna go back to that. Always.
Absolutely.
That's like the in the subways they call it the Union Station where all the trains meet. that's
And
what the
imagine South Africa was getting the oil 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Then it can come all the way to 1992. And from that time, from now, which is what, 30 years, right? Every African country that has oil should discuss it with people that extract oil. But is it done? Or we just keep hunting for somebody that's going to come and exploit us for less price? So in general, in North Africa, she needs one general that's going to make a decision at what cost we're selling our minerals. Somebody that really put the price on it
you
for the
know
whole.
Biggie, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And I came up with something in my head the other day. I put it down in a note. It's called the All African Revolutionary Council. Maybe that's what we need in Africa.
Yeah, I mean, because that's sort of what OPEC, all that with the Iraq and Iran and all the Shah, all that infighting was all about when it was inflation over here, and they started saying we need to come together because they're exploiting our oil and not giving us a fair price. So they formed OPEC, and meaning we sell together, we rate this at the same rate, and that way no one could come in and bully one small nation over here and exploit us the way they were exploiting us. That's how the Middle East rose. They unified. And because
for each other's interests.
Yeah. Because they saw that all these little agreements and all this other stuff was not getting them anywhere. I mean, if you because I remember taking an anthropology class, and it's almost like people don't pay attention to these little classes in college, but they're probably the most important classes to take, because I'm looking at the anthropology class and they show all the people who live in the Middle East and all the sand, and look at how impoverished and poor they are. And when they point the light on it, 10, 15 years later, they're like the biggest Mecca over there. See, they already know. See, now the light is flying on to your continent. And they shine in a light. They shine in that light to figure out which spot they want to claim as their own.
Exactly.
And if you don't do something about it, Africa they'll be shipping all the Africans off the continent and bringing all the others over there.
This must be Israel, man.
I was about to talk and then I almost choked up on a little chip that I had.
Uh-oh, don't do that.
No, I'm good. I'm good. But just going to the basics. Just see the wheels that really worked, like the way OPEC did it, the way other organization did it when it comes to agriculture, to science. Look at on the military front, uh, who's building what kind of material or military armament. Look at into Nigeria, and all these we have technology and science across the whole continent. Like you said earlier, uh, Rich, is that intelligent connectivity. You know, all these got to be lining up. It's like if you're top on whatever that you do, just look at for other countries, also other nations, if they have that kind of technology or similar, where you can collaborate. Maybe you're gonna come up with the latest machine that's well improved. Both of them have them, but in collaboration, they can get the idea. Competition is always good, and they'll have an idea to build one and to create more other competition on different. That's what we need because we can still beat down on what African Union can do as long as long as they're still supported by the different entities. They're not independent. And if we want somebody to sit in the national, I mean the National Council, I mean Security Council in the UN, guess what's going to happen? They're going to look for somebody from AU, and whoever runs in the AU is going to be the one that's going to be in there. But is that decision will be unanimous through all the leaders? Because again, you cannot be on the National Security Council if you got tied with any of the other uh, three or four, because they're always going to influence you. Hey, we're giving this much money. What are you saying? You got to beat up with us. We got to do this. So before we even jump in that level, we need to be completely independent, run our own AU by Africans, and whatever it takes. We Africans, we have 1.3 billion, and we have what 20, 2.5 billion by 2030, and then we have the diaspora. And at the same time, when I say diaspora, it's like, hey, when it comes to push to shove, businesses, everything influences should come through the diaspora. So we have the opportunity to show the world that we can do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. As long as, having the council now, Africa has to be represented. Yes, I love to have our continent to be represented, but who's going to influence it? Can Africa make that decision when it comes to the vetoing certain information? And if he does, is he going to be labeled, oh, he's from Senegal, oh, he's from Nigeria, so he will have a direct attack to his native country? You know what I mean?
And will they use that information to infiltrate and pit each other against each other?
Exactly. Again, yes, we would love. It's like they're pushing the resolution 538, and I mean, I'll repeat it again. It's the making of the second United States of Africa. So Africa to have one leadership and everybody, one president, one big guy calling the shot. In the United States, is so-called what? Is the chief commander. So this new chief for Africa, he doesn't even know where the militaries are. He doesn't even know where's his Air Force. I mean, it's a big continent with 54 nations. So you have to understand where your airplanes are, where your armies are. So that means militarily, it's not unified yet, let alone to be in the national security. So we're going to have to build up and secure our national security, our own military. Then you're talking about a strength, because if all these countries, all 54, agreeing to have one army, one air force, and all of them are branches, I just cannot imagine what's going to happen. Even the nuke-powered country cannot even dare come and close, because you're not going to nuke nobody for nothing.
Biggie, none of them have the guts to use any nukes anywhere in the world. They don't have the guts to do that. They're just using that as leverage. Let it destroy the earth then. Let all of us go. since they want to use it so much and they feel so big and bad and bold with it, let's go then. They just have it because they want to go around the world to dictate to people how they must live their life. And they say, if you don't do it, we're gonna threaten you, we're gonna threaten you with another Hiroshima. That's what they've been doing to the Iranians for like almost 40. They're not gonna do nothing with those weapons. If Africa comes one after, they're gonna come beg for forgiveness. That's what they're gonna do. That's the only thing they're gonna do.
Because this nuke things is not going to work. Any country that's nuclear powered, nuke anybody, the repercussion is so heavy. It's not going to be just Hiroshima. It's going to be triple the Nagasaki on one region, and nobody can fly through there. So, like you said, it was an old threat. I always said, before they drop those atomic bombs, just showing the video, what kind of disaster they can create. I think people will have, if you say it's a joke, even though they have the information intelligence, I don't think so. But they did it, and nobody has it, but just US at that time. But now everybody has it. So the nuclear threat and all this things that they're saying, I don't know if you remember, Donald Trump said, no, we're not going to sign any more treaty. We're done. It's like, we don't need no nuclear agreement between the U.S. and Russia. It's just, it looks like it's foolish.
Yeah, and Vicky, the other thing people don't think about is the other incentive not to do it is we're in a global society now. Any piece of that link is broken, it shuts everything down. Africa don't send their minerals over here, what happens? Everything shuts down. If gas can't get to Europe from Russia, look at what's going on with that. It's shutting everything down. So everything is so
I was coming to that.
Yeah.
I was about to come slowly to that level because the globe has been exposed. See, you don't understand until problem arise, because everything else it was on. Oh, we're gonna put the gas pipe in there. Oh, this is a major project. Mega project. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. They got everything lined up like there's no tomorrow. Okay?
Oh, we can barely hear you, Biggie.
No, I said they're making all these big project plans and everything else like it's not gonna be realizing, but it does. So look at now.
I think Biggie, you're speaking away from your mic. You're very soft.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very soft. Yeah, now we can hear you. That's much better.
Okay, sorry about that. you know, on a Bluetooth, it doesn't have no distance for that. I guess this one counts. But anyway, you see all this mega project, interdependent. What do you call that? Into being independent. It's not there because everybody's interconnected. The only thing you got to do is collaborate together, look for the improvement for humanity. This globe is supposed to work for humanity. How can we make this world easy for all human? Really, if you want to look at it beyond Africa, all that old greed, without knowing it because of the greed, they interconnected the globe. Now they want to cut off one thing. When they cut it off, they forgot that they're cutting off. When they cut one wire, you already cut 10 wires. All that connectivity goes to the mud. Then you're going to try to circumvent it and try to fix it or find a way around it. Then now you're so confused you don't know even where to start. At the end of the day, the people that are going to be free is going to be European, right? At this point, not America, not Africa. It's going to be European. Okay, and the East, are they going to experience it? They don't care because they don't want their oil. They hold on and they send it somewhere else. They have what's called $10 million worth of gas they have to burn off every day. Every day. Because that gas has to burn somewhere. It has to go somewhere. So they have to light it up. $10.5 million a day. It's burning.
That's power, because if they know the value of that, and yet they're like, we got more than enough, so we're not worried about it. So let it burn. That's how Africa has to become. We got more than, as long as we got what we need, they can come to terms with what we're offering because it's not unreasonable. Then let it burn.
I feel like I'm living in Africa right now, so I'm going to show you something. You'll be laughing. Where's my face in here? This is from Big E. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I was going to share something.
Did we lose everybody?
No, I'm still here. Biggie
okay.
No, I'm still here. I think Biggie wants to share something, so we're waiting for Biggie to share something.
Okay.
Oh, went mute. And going to the oil companies, we do have some oil companies in the continent. I think the only thing is just to adapt the technology, just like what the Iranians have done in terms of adapting and continuing where the Americans left off, or the other multinationals that had left Iran, and they just build capacity from there. And I think the world currently, we've moved to a place where um, you cannot rely on only one country for everything. No country is an island, or no country can say they can produce everything for themselves. There's always something that you need from somewhere else. So it's just one of those things that you cannot avoid. And looking at we've got big oil and natural gas companies in the continent that are based in Africa. I mean, I think Angola has, I think it's Sonangol. There's another one at Algeria. They have a big natural gas company. Nigeria has as well. Just forgot the name of the. I think it's a government owned entity as well, and a lot of countries. I mean, that have been either drilling or that have been extracting oil and gas for the longest time. They have like companies that are already set up with the infrastructure in place.
Love
So
it.
And I don't think even if the West sanction you currently, I think there's a balancing act between now the countries in Asia, like China, maybe China, more China than maybe South Korea or Japan. Japan and South Korea, they're more aligned to Western countries or more aligned to what do you call it? More aligned to America. But China, I think they've brought a balancing power there in terms of if the West sanction you or the West does not want to do business with you, the Asians are willing to, for the
To
most part.
You
jump
guys
on
have
it.
seen?
Yeah.
You guys have seen what I'm looking at?
Wow, Biggie.
Is that a deer?
That's a deer.
Watch out!
Wow.
Don't let it
Backyard.
hit you. Yeah, I mean, we got coyotes and raccoons in our
Whoa.
backyard.
Yeah, look at it.
You know, the earth is right sizing itself. Nature is saying, "I'm not afraid of you anymore," and
Yep.
I was here before all y'all.
So I told you, I'm looking for antelope. I got deers on the backyard. Actually, he was very close to me, and it looks like he wants to talk to Swahili Nation on Africa. Look at him.
That's so cool. You don't be hunting them now.
Yeah, look at him.
Don't hunt baby.
No. So that was the thing that I was going to show you.
That is so
Anyway.
cool. That is so cool.
I just looked at him. He was very close to me. He came on the corner, and he didn't know I was sitting in here. I didn't mind nothing. Then he found a better grass, so he moved down. So crazy.
Wow. No, because he was like, I gotta check
Yeah, he
this
doesn't
dude out.
care.
He's on my land. Let me make sure he's
Yeah.
okay. If he good
And he
people.
doesn't care. And he doesn't
No,
care.
because it's his land. You just
know?
renting it.
He's not scared at all.
No. I mean, and I saw that years and years and years ago. I was over at a friend's house and I was picking something up because I was going out of town, and we're just sitting in the driveway talking, and all of a sudden the squirrels just started walking up. I'm like, wait a minute, they used to like see us and run away. It's like these animals are different.
Yeah.
That fear of man is no longer there. So that's telling me this earth is balancing itself out. We got to get on the scale, or we're gonna be left off.
Oh, they two of them actually. He's calling all his family.
Yep.
It's like
And
they're
they
not
probably
scared
ask you
at all.
what you cooking for them on the grill this weekend.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm gonna cook him himself.
You
But it's too
putting
big.
baby.
It's a big one. This one is a big one. But it's so amazing. He's just looking at me, and
Mhm.
he just, maybe if I got corn or anything else, if you have anything to eat. But he's not scared.
No, because they read your spirit. Animals are they're smart. They will read you. If you ain't right, that deer might have been coming with them antelopes and coming straight at you. Like,
Yeah.
That's what they say about lions, eh? Lions take the fairness from how you look at them, eh?
yeah.
Yeah,
If you
he's
run from
busy.
them, they'll chase you.
He's busy. But the good thing is, we still have animals around.
Yes. Yes.
With all this, we're taking over on their territory and living side by side is good. It's nice to see a few deers in there. I used to see a lot of deers around here. But,
I saw a video recently with a Ethiopian a lion running from an Ethiopian man. I was like, what? I said, what is the last do to these people over there, man? This man have a big stick in his hand, right? And it seems like the lion know him from before or something. But anyway, it doesn't matter, man. These are some serious animals, just serious creatures. This man have
He probably saw him eating raw meat. He said, I'm not gonna be on his menu. He probably saw him and said, he ain't catching me.
I swear, guys, no lie. I saw this man with a stick that's not like a stick big as his arm, and he just swinging the stick, and the lion is like running after him like he want to come at him, and he's like, "Yeah, you want to come?" He's like, "This stick, right?" And I was saying to myself, "Wow, it's really true. A lion really attacks you if you look like you fear them for real." But some of them are aggressive, though. Some of them are aggressive, whether you look like you fear them or not. But I was just
Well,
so amazed to see that. I just wanted to say that.
you should see the Maasai. There's a video actually about Maasai's, where there are 3 of them, and there were like maybe a dozen of lions eating on this on their prey.
Oh, I saw that one.
And yeah, and then did you see the way they lined up and the way they came to them? They got scared. So he just took the leg of the one leg, and he took it, and that's it. And the lion came back.
You know what's funny about that? I've been attacked by 3 dogs in my yard before. Like, they're really big. One was small, but 2 of them were really big. But I had my earphones in, so I got startled. They were barking at me. But when I started to calm down, I didn't act scared. That's when they left me alone. It's only when I was afraid of them that it seemed like they're about to kill me or something. It was crazy.
Oh yeah,
because like I was mowing the grass, my back turned, and all of a sudden somebody's pit bull got let loose, and he just sort of walked behind me, and then I turned around and he went the other way, and I'm like, oh my god. So I say it's your spirit. I don't care. It's your spirit. Because again, I should have been lunch meat for that dog. Okay. So
especially people.
But one of the most dangerous cats. It's lions are more friendly. Like what do you call this? A leopard is very dangerous, and it's a brave cat. Like in terms of when provoked, doesn't back down.
Wow.
Yeah, and very quick. I mean, it has one of the fastest reflexes amongst the big cats. It's very, very dangerous. I mean, if you've seen videos of leopards either being provoked and stuff, you will see how. I'll look for a video. I think there was a. I hope we won't be strike for this, but let me look for this video. Where there was somebody from a game. It was a popular video online. I'm not sure whether it was in Kenya or Tanzania, where a game ranger provoked a leopard, and when it attacked it, let me just look for this.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the
And,
other ones,
share
the
it, yeah.
dangerous one is the Black Panther.
But the panther
They're
only,
like the
panther only attacks you if
same
panther
thing
if
in
back
a way.
into a corner.
Right. That's because you cannot see him. He camouflage himself.
Because even leopards, they don't hunt like lions and stuff. They normally ambush, just like the panther, the black panther, or even a jaguar. They mostly ambush their prey.
Oh, I've seen a jaguar. This is in California, and I went by this mountain, Sepulveda Mountains, and it's a mining area, and then I had to go and visit some sites, and I was coming up, and on the left side of the ridge, there's little ridges that when you dig out, right, before they make the road, and he was walking in there. I thought a jaguar was huge, when the way they by design, but this sucker was a little bit bigger than a bobcat.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me just show you guys this. Yeah, it's not that they're not the biggest. Just check this. This is what happened. I think somewhere either Kenya or let me just do this. I was just trying to. I don't know if you've seen this video, guys.
No, I never.
You see, it's being poked and provoked
Yeah.
by the game ranger. You will see what will
Right.
happen. Look when they look how quick it is.
Yep.
Look how quick it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And open the window. I'm like,
He didn't know. He didn't give him a chance to close the window. To roll it enough. And it actually was poking him so he can get out the cage to release him. You know?
You see?
doesn't
wow.
And it uses its claws. It's not just its mouth. It also uses its claws. Even attacked, it uses its claws mostly.
Right. You see that? Wow.
Whoa.
It's crazy.
Don't be messing with these animals.
Oh my God, he's inside. You see that?
Yeah.
Literally inside. Wow. But
It
he's
ended up
brave.
in tears. So
I guess
you know,
he
even
learned his
kings
lesson.
in Africa.
Yeah.
He learned his
And I guess
lesson.
he said, "You ain't poking me no more, sir. You've been doing this. I told you to stop the last time, but you didn't take it seriously. Just give me a second. I'm gonna open up this gate in the back and with mano a mano."
Yeah, he probably looked at it and said, "You want my signature? You know, my autograph? I'll give you my autograph."
You won't forget this night.
Now that you guys are on this, what you guys think would win between a lion and a tiger?
A tiger it's bigger than a lion size wise. The only advantage why a lion is considered the king of the jungle, it's because a lion stands up for a fight, you know, and a lion is the attitude of a lion. It's
It won't back
attitude
down.
more than the tiger. Tiger's just big, yes, but in terms of the character of a lion knows, it just roars and says, "I'm
No,
the lion," stands its ground.
it's the lion mentality that makes it the king of the jungle, not his size.
Exactly.
I'd say tigers. I'd say tigers are more lone wolves, like lone soldier.
And by the
type
way,
of-
a tiger will win. You know why? Because the tiger can slap faster than the lion.
Oh, because the length.
It's a cat, right? It's a cat, so it slaps really fast. So it slaps the lion until the lion just gives up.
Yeah, a lion doesn't use its claws a lot.
Exactly.
I think the tigers, the leopards, and other cats they use more of their claws and their jaws. So a lion mostly it uses its claws just to grab prey and you know, but then the main thing, the strongest part, it's the jaws.
Wow.
And
because once it locks onto you, you can't get off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it only hunts when it's hungry. It only eats when it's hungry. A lion don't kill things if they're not gonna eat it.
Exactly. Yeah. Going back to the lion again, why a lion is considered the king of the jungle. They say a lion sometimes they hunt for 4 hours. Out of the 24 hours, most of the time they're just sleeping there. And when they know it's time to hunt, they go hunt for that 4 hours and they eat and they're sorted. Unlike other animals, they run the whole day eating grass and doing other things. While a lion just knows, hey, it's time now to go feed myself.
Yeah.
And they go for the hunt, come back.
Yeah. I'd say I relate more to a tiger than a lion, though, to be honest.
You like slapping or what?
No. What I mean by that, as far as if you study like animal personality, I don't like to just go around conquering everything or that kind of personality. I only like to be around people that are like me. You know what I mean?
Well,
if you saw me in person in real life, and I'm with a crowd that I don't like to be around, I'll be the most quiet person. But if you put me in a different crowd that I'm
Right.
actually related to, I feel more like outgoing.
Well, you
actually,
want to see live.
Aggressiveness.
I'm the more.
You want to see live?
Tigers
Yeah,
are
you want to see
considered
that?
more aggressive than lions. Male lions are even considered to be somewhat lazy and do nothing unless really necessary. When comparing the two, tigers are the more dominant big cat.
Wow.
Of course, the lion is not inferior to him.
Oh my god.
Although it does not target every living thing like a tiger, it sharply shows its teeth to any creature that enters its line. You will not believe what you see in this video. Muscularity. The tiger's muscle mass is 75%. It is more agile and stronger than the lion in traction force, thrust force, climbing and jumping from the ground. In my opinion, tiger is much stronger. Muscle means pure strength. The muscle mass in the lion's body is 60%, which is almost equal to a group of 6 people. Athletic. A fully grown tiger can jump over 8 meters. Lions can run as fast as 50 miles per hour for short distances and leap up to 11 feet, almost the length of a school bus. Most lions don't really climb trees unless they are really motivated by food or a threat. Bite force. With the longest canine teeth of all cats, Bengal tigers present a terrifying display. They also have a good bite force of 1050 psi to support it. Almost twice the bite force of the king of the jungle.
About like 6 at this
Lions have a bite force of only 650 psi. However, lions are social creatures that hunt in groups, which can reduce the need for individual jaw strength. However, it is 6 times stronger than a human, which finds the same rate as a human eating sugar while eating bones. Hunting skills. Tigers often ambush their prey like other cats. It usually breaks the prey's spinal cord, punctures the windpipe, or cuts the carotid artery.
Oh, boy!
Lions hunt either alone or in groups. Lions follow their.
How do you protect apps and data when devices are on the move? Geofencing and Sodi Mobi Control creates boundaries to control what a device can or can't do depending on its
Biggie,
location.
start that video.
Want to try geofencing? Click the on-screen.
Biggie, sorry about that. I think let's just try to keep it a bit short, especially with some of the videos like this, because some of them we might get strike. We might get they might report that we use their content, especially with educational ones. I didn't even know which side we used. The shorter, the better.
Right.
Than the
But
long one.
but he got the message. Who's stronger?
Yeah.
So if
Just
I'm alone, I need to be with a tiger. But if I'm in a pack, lions are cool.
Yeah, from a family perspective, I think a lion has that family structure. Unlike a tiger, where it's just a lone, it just hunts alone. It stays alone, just like leopards as well. They normally hunt alone. They don't really stick with the family structure. I mean, lions and elephants, they have that unity. I mean, they go together, they hunt together, they do things together.
As you know, it's funny about that. I think I'm definitely a tiger now because out of 10,000 miles away from family.
You're 10,000 miles away from your tribe, your pride.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think the lion is more skilled into the kill. You know what I mean?
I think we need to adapt some lion characteristics, because we need when some of these people who been oppressing our people look at us, they just get so scared. they just get so scared they won't even say nothing until you tell them to say something.
Hey, Abu Yak is here today. It's been a while, Abu Yak. And Tenzin, I've been seeing Tenzin, Regman Music, Abu Yak. Hey man, we need to see you guys. You need to come and join us here. We talk about animals and stuff, the characters of animals, and I think the jaguars are actually stronger than the tiger. No, jaguar is smaller compared to. I think the tiger is they are the biggest cats in the world. And there's also different tigers from different regions. India has tigers. Then I think there's Siberian tigers. So there's different tigers from different places. But then tigers are the biggest cats in the world. Yes, that's what I know for sure.
I got a question for the family. Do you know the difference between the Indian elephant and African elephant?
Elephant is bigger, isn't it?
No idea.
It's very simple.
The Indian
African elephant is larger, isn't it?
It's large, but
and
the difference is the ear.
Oh.
Indian elephant are shorter ears.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yes. Actually, that same question was somebody that questioned me was an Indian guy. He said, "How do you know the difference between Indian elephant and African elephant?" It was the ear. If you ever notice, the ear is so huge on the. You can tell just looking at him because his ear is huge.
Wow.
We're not even talking about you will see it. It's so different.
I never knew that.
It can go.
Now I gotta start looking out for the ears.
Yeah, it goes all the way to the chest, a little bit above the chest, but definitely will cover below their mouth. That's how big it gets. But the Indian one will have a shorter one, and it's not even coming down to the size of his, the trunk. It stops right there. And of course, African elephant are huge. They're bigger. But just looking at the ear, small or big, just looking at the ear, you can tell.
That's a good. Did you know?
Yes. when you look at it on
Oh.
anything, oh, that's an Indian one. Oh, that's an African one. Even if you go to the zoo and look at the one that they have in the zoo. For those of you that takes your kids to the zoo, especially in the West, because in Africa you definitely will have that African elephant, but in the West you probably have.
I see the
See how
difference.
big the ear?
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
wow,
It's
that's
huge.
Man, that's wisdom. That's wisdom and understanding that we have.
and look at how big the tusks are.
Oh yeah.
I don't understand how the Maasai do it, man. I haven't some of the younger kids they have to walk like through these like different places with all these different animals, man. I would be scared. I used to be fearless when I was a kid. Like when I used to see like giraffes and all these type of weird animals, like there are actually these weird safaris where I used to go when I was a kid where you could actually run around with the animals. I don't know why. That was kind of dangerous. But if I were to do that now, I would be scared. I don't know how they do it, man. Like having
See,
to walk.
you've been westernized.
You got to read what Aboyak said. African elephant has ear that looks like Africa.
True.
Yeah. The Asian elephant is the fake map of Africa.
Wow. You're learning something today. I mean, I had to talk about nature and stuff. This is really interesting, guys. I must say. Wow.
Yeah, I'm right next to the nature. My deer left now. I think
Man, let me tell you, I believe that nature is our most valuable tool right now. If we want to get out of this stuff that we're getting out of, you should see how nature protects itself. Like, remember I told you guys about the swarm of sardines, how they protect themselves. When they know they're in a weaker position, they bundle up as one. That's how they protect themselves.
You mean like a hive mind?
Yes, exactly. Like a beehive. You should YouTube it and see how these creatures relate to each other when they're in danger, when they're happy. Dolphins even bite puffish to get high. Dolphins get
But
high.
you know what's funny about that though? It seemed like the way, unfortunately, and it really needs to change. It seemed like the way we act as a people, though, is like as those sardines, we run the shark trying to eat us. We all try to fight it individually as one sardine instead of as a school of fish.
And that's why it's such a powerful example, because the sardines know that they're weaker than the shark and the dolphin and the big whales and every other creature. Even creature from the skies come to eat the sardine. The pelicans eat the sardine when the sardine come together in a certain part of the ocean. They wait for, because they know they'll be coming. Every single creature eats from that sardine. Doesn't that remind you of Africa? How every single nation coming to eat what is ours?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exact same thing. What do? They bundle up as one, and then they spin. Do you know why they do that? They bundle up in like thousands, hundreds of thousands of sardines bundled up together, and they just spin in the water rapid. Do you know why they do that?
It's harder for them to get caught that way.
No, not really, because they're still gonna get eaten. But they do that to buy themselves time, because they can sense when the predators are coming. So when they bundle up as one and they spin, it scares the sharks, it scares the whales, it scares everything, because they don't know what it is that is so big spinning in the water there. But they can smell the sardine. So that's what the sardine does. And the sardine does that even when it's being attacked. It does that. When it's being attacked, it bundles up tighter and it spins faster. And eventually, what happens is that the big whales in the ocean, they just come and open up their mouth and just swallow up as much as possible, and then the feast is over. You guys should look at a video.
We always we'd be talking about this analogy about the sardines, and I always want to give Africa also her credit, because the current situation that we are in, they all came in together and say no. You see, again, it's a matter of buying time, or are we bonded? Now we start talking, because you'll see a lot of leaders coming out in talking about the continent and how to preserve the continent. And on the current situation that we experience, even though I don't want to repeat certain things, that everybody understand the current situation. You are with us or you're not. All that thing, they said no, it's not our business. We're minding our own business, and they've been threatened, right? So they got together for the first time, and I think we always say thank you to those leaders that stood their ground, brought back all the other leaders together, and had the same answers. That has to be given credit for what they fought for and for what they said. No, we're not going to collaborate. We're not going to be involved. We're out of it. And yet, just like the sardine, they start talking to each individual sardine when they kind of on their own. But again, that same sardine said no. So the unity is shown in Africa. It's coming. It's coming. This is one of the major breakthrough of all the leaders are really communicating. They're talking. It's just the way they're going to come up. The closer they get, it has to be. Remember that we were talking about regional, because regional can empower that whole region, and the next region will empower that region, and through that, when you put those regions together, it becomes a very powerful region, and it becomes a very powerful continent. Because, again, like you said, together we can produce more, even a better, efficient way of doing things. Because each has its own experience that combine it and have this leapfrog kind of effect to move either in science and technology, whatever that we need to leapfrog on, we'll have that opportunity because we're coming together. We start talking about this because believe me, Africa is listening and diaspora is listening. There's more topics now on YouTube than ever when it comes to the continent. Everybody's trying to cover and give information out. You ever notice that? Specifically from the COVID start toward the end to now, you'll have more African channels that are out there putting information out.
I think a lot of people are just waking up. I mean, that's the one thing about the shutdown for the pandemic. It shut everybody down, and we started to disconnect. And then by disconnecting, we started to look within and started, questioning, what am I doing? Why am I thinking this way? Why is this so important? Because now you had 2 years where you didn't have to rely on, the news. Because again, it was interesting because when that first happened, I noticed the cable gave everything for free. You could watch the Disney channels, this channel. I mean, they would just, and I kept wondering why are they giving all this stuff for free? I mean, what's up with all this? Any other time, if I wanted to watch HBO, I had to pay this extra, whatever, because they was trying to keep us. I think they knew. They started seeing that people were disconnecting from the brainwashing, and they were trying to get people back. And once, like they said, it takes 21 days to break a habit. And I think a lot of people broke that habit, and they started, going onto the YouTube and started seeing, oh, wait a minute, this is Africa. Wait a minute, people do this there. I mean, and I think some people knew, they had knowledge of it, but they didn't dive deep into the true story. And then when they started looking at the story, they're like, wait, that's the same story we're dealing with. Why is it that they constantly say we're so different, but yet we're going through the same stuff? And then we started looking at what's going on in the Caribbean. We started looking at what's going on in South America and what's going on in Central. And it's all the same story. So they're like, we've all been brainwashed to believing all this garbage and nonsense. And once you're awake, you can't put yourself back to sleep. And that's what they're, fearful of. Because how do we lull you back to sleep?
Abuyak is in. Abuyak. Oh my God. How you doing? Welcome.
Yo, I'm
Welcome
doing
to the
good.
recap show.
Hey!
How are you? Yeah, I just hear you guys talking about elephants and stuff, so animals. So I thought I'd join in. Good topic.
Yeah. Oh, you like that topic then? See, at least we can attract some people like that, even they don't stay in the comment section.
Yeah, do you guys have like animals, spirit animals or something?
Yeah, we brought it in. I
Okay.
started it, I guess, showing my deer in the backyard.
Just as long as you don't cook them over the weekend, because it is the holiday.
There you go. I'm looking for a medium size.
No.
Biggie was looking for the dad.
Digga, are we coming to your house for barbecue?
I read that in East Africa, in the hills, there used to be elephants living there, and not the big ones, but small ones. But I think they were used in wars in Rome. I think when Hannibal was fighting with the Romans, I think these animals they came from originally from the Red Sea or from the hills from East Africa, but now they're extinct. So it's also something.
There's a lot of. I remember these are the elephant they use for war. They're big enough to push, and they used to be. I mean the soldiers are scared of this big elephant coming. For them, it's a big elephant, regardless size wise. You know what I mean? So they used to crush. They train to crush people. So anybody that comes with the spear down and everything else, they used to crush them very easily. And you cannot reach the guy on the top. You got to climb this elephant in order to get that, or spear, or arrows. Name it, whatever that they can use. Yeah, absolutely right.
What is your thought on or anyone's thought on the revival of ivory trade? Because I've heard that might be due to the pressure, on the fact that population is rising and they need more fields, for food productivity, as well as might be due to economic decline in these recent years. That I think they might have chosen the way now to go in the old direction to give it a green pass that ivory can be traded from Africa or from the southern nations in Africa to around the world. But I was wondering, particularly maybe Ezra knows something about this.
So now you're talking about the ivory, right? Go ahead, Ezra.
No, continue, Biggie.
No, he's talking about for the tusk, and there's a very controversial. I saw something in there. It's a controversial because of the if you allow, even if it is limited, the fact that you say, we can go on the hunt for that. There's a controversy when it comes to killing the animal. You understand? Basically, you're gonna kill this 60, 70-year-old elephant for this large tusk, while you can just cut it off and let him go. But these are the things that they defend themselves with. You know what I mean? And you're killing the men, the male on that level. You know, you say, okay, you can kill 2, they'll kill 10. You know, and now what's going to happen is going to be like the Chinese population issue. You know what I mean? So there's some controversy that's going on there. I don't know if it passed that level unless there are specific area that's been authorized. It's still the animal activists and all that is just reviving it. Now you got people that already have the ivory that they already collected, so they know it gets confiscated if it comes to the market. You know what I mean? Unless they do the black market. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of tusk out there. And I wonder, is actually, for your question is, what happened to the tusk they confiscated? Who took advantage of that?
I think they were, for a time, they were burning the tusks that were illegally captured. Or I think that's what the governments did, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did see a video that they did do that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, it's a waste at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, if, you know, the human population is rising, you know, the space for animals is going to decline anyway. So why not sell it anyway?
Because then if you sell it, then that's going to incentivize them to keep doing it.
Right.
What do you mean by the population rising will cause the whole entire world population can fit in Australia? It's just a problem of mismanagement and the people, they don't know what they're doing when it comes to urban planning. They just build whatever. This planet's big enough to hold tens of billions of people, to be honest. Overpopulation is a myth.
Yes, I agree. Is it overpopulation because it means I can't exploit what you have and I'm not getting enough?
Another thing is the concentration of people. People are concentrated in few places in big numbers, while I mean there's other parts of each country where it's not popular. Like even in Botswana, for example, coming back to the elephant, Botswana has the largest number of elephants population in the world, by the way. And and if you look at the population of Botswana, most of them, the people live mostly in the southeastern part of Botswana. That's where the biggest population is. And then the western part of Botswana, it's mostly just game reserves and national parks. Even Namibia as well. People are just concentrated in small spaces, not like everywhere there's people. There's big parts of Botswana that's not occupied. Even South Africa, most people are occupied or live mostly more in the coastal and partially there in inland. But then for the most part, there's like big land where you can drive. There's places where you can literally drive for hours, 3 hours without seeing no house, no town, nothing. So people are more concentrated in small places. Even China, I think the Chinese as well, they are more on the coast. Most of their big cities are more towards the coast than inland. So I'm not sure about America.
Yeah,
but I
it's
think
like that here. It's like that in America. Yeah, it's certain urban industrialized areas, but if you go even in every state, you're going to see the same thing. You know, and then if you go out west, it's even more, less populated.
You know, the funny thing is that this world is overpopulated. You know, do you know Texas can hold the whole world population with 1,000 square feet available?
I believe
The whole world in Texas. So imagine how huge Africa is, a continent. You know, it's just, if Texas can hold it, Boy, you got some serious acreage if you bring the whole population in Africa.
Yeah. So I mean, and it's like with everything, it's like, what is this narrative coming from, and why are they trying to push it? Because again, it's never to benefit the masses.
Biggie, did you mean that everybody, the whole world population can live in Texas? That's including
With
that
1,000,
all the agriculture is done there. Do you mean that, or did you mean the housing around you?
no fitting, just fitting. Just
If you took everybody
fit.
and you put them side by side.
1,000, no, 1,000 square feet. Yes, 1,000 square feet for each. You space them 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
Texas ain't that big.
It says it equates to the size of 10 parking spaces.
Texas is not that big. I'm from Texas. I mean, it's a nice size, but
no, it's at 268,581 square miles.
yeah, that's that. But you look at the world. You're talking about billions of people.
7 billion.
Yeah, you're talking about 7 billion people, and
you
and
divide
you're
that up,
giving them 1,000 square feet.
which is 10 parking space. Just to imagination.
No, 10 parking space. That's not a lot of space.
No, meaning imagine. I'm talking about the whole world population. That it's not that we're gonna fit them all now, but just size-wise, you see.
Yeah, I mean, okay. If you're giving them only 10 parking spaces, okay, yeah.
Right. We got 7 billion people that can live in Texas, not living comfortably.
No, not at all.
But the space-wise, you got that much space per person. It's not shoulder to shoulder, because if you're gonna go shoulder to shoulder, New York is the same thing. Shoulder to shoulder, New York can fit 7 billion. That's shoulder to shoulder. It's so funny. I looked up for this information a long time ago. So when I typed it, it just came in on my search. I said, "Oh, I searched this," but I wasn't sure which state can fit the whole world population. So it's never overpopulated. Yes, the city get overpopulated. So what happened when a city get overpopulated? It grows. The old suburb that you thought they become part of the city, they keep growing, and eventually another city get created away from there. Now you have another city.
I mean, if we didn't build 100-story buildings, I'm sure you could fit more people in a population. You know what I mean?
Oh, like in New York City, where you got a huge skyrise that only has like 4 tenants in it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Billionaires Row.
Yep. Yes, I mean, it's just we tend, as human, we tend to be attracted more for jobs and stuff like that coming into the cities, to the major cities, and the rest of the rural end still stay rural. But again, the rural is losing their space because the urban side is becoming bigger. So before they know it, that rural end becomes part of the city. So it's just concentration where, like China, they were showing where the concentration of the population, and the rest is empty space. There's nobody.
It's because it's easier to live on the eastern side than the western side because of
Exactly.
geography.
The western side is literally empty compared to
The western side is it's like desert and mountainous. It's harder to live in that kind of terrain than the east, where there's more wetlands and grasslands, that kind of stuff.
And also think about the trade and export and imports and ships, and they're looking for the easiest trade route. I mean, if you whatever's easier for them to, anything with the waterway. Okay, we can get a ship in and ship out, and so then the narrative is this is a place to live because it's easier for me to exploit or export what you have. So yeah, stay on the beautiful coast of America, South America, Brazil. I mean, it's the trade post.
Yep. And another thing that in Africa, when we would learn geography, I used to remember all capital city and nations, all of them, and then including in the world. I probably might have some itchy time to really think, but I used to know all the capital city for Europe. US is only one, as big as it is, it's only one, Washington DC. But all these small countries, I used to remember the capital city. So what happened is when the migration comes from Africa, like New York and Los Angeles and everything else, there are very few people that knows about it at the time when I was growing up. They know about it, but they're more interested in the capital city. So everybody would be flown to the capital city, and then it can go your whereabouts. And I believe even that migration itself increase in capital cities, the migration itself. And then, of course, when one comes in, the next one will follow. Hey, it's good here. Everybody follows. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody got to say something.
No, you're absolutely right. And I always say nothing happens by accident. And once they have you believing a certain narrative, then they lock it as this is the history and these are the facts. No, this is just how you normalize whatever narrative you want to put into effect.
And that's like, for example, when they give visa, for example, in US, when they're looking for workers and stuff like that, the first thing they do, they look at the pockets. Like they'll say, okay, we're going to give 1,000 visa to Minnesota, so you got to fly into Minnesota, or they'll give whatever in Utah. So they'll give those visas for the lack of workers, and then they're very specific what they're looking at.
Yeah, because it's based upon their need of what area of concentration is needed based upon these certain skill sets.
Exactly. This guy was telling me, he was so funny. He said he's a doctor. Okay, as a doctor, usually they get some freebies, to come over, and they can place them anywhere, right? But at the same time, he said the good chance for him is that he works in the agriculture industry, and he works for this farm. Automatically, they'll pick you up. He goes, they'll pick you, and they'll give you, and everybody, oh, he's got the visa. It's a lotto. They call it lottery, visa lottery. And since he said he was raising chicken and stuff like that, he got flown somewhere in the Midwest. It's in the middle of agriculture area, cattle farms and stuff like that, and ranchers and all that. And but he is he's a professor actually in IT, and he's right in the middle of Texas. I had no idea, but that's what he said. People, if you write what you're doing, or if you're an accountant, we got a lot of accounting so you never get your visa. But if you are in the farm, you definitely get the visa, and you're always going to be coming to the Midwest. And plus, they've been shutting down some of the borders, and they don't have this migratory farmers and stuff. You know, it's still getting harder, and some people don't want to come anymore because they treat them bad anyway.
Because it's always, you're looking for better opportunity, but once you
Opportunity, right?
find out, because that's, like even here they're like, oh, we can't find enough workers, the stores and the restaurants, and like it's just a lack of, well, think about it, you're paying these people low wages, the hours are unpredictable, and the distance that is needed to travel is far. If I can make more money closer to home or working from home, hello, I'm going to work from home. I can take care of my kids and I'm making more money and I'm less stressed out. So is it really that you can't find workers, or is it the conditions that the workers are in that is not profitable for them to work there? But the narrative will be like, oh, we just do not have enough people. What are we gonna do to fill these industries? We need to go to robotics. No, you need to learn how to treat people with dignity and decency. But no, we don't want to do that. Get a robot.
Yeah, but the problem with the robot is the robot can't spend money in an economy. So if you just replace people with robots, then it's not gonna work.
Yeah, I don't think they caught up to that one yet. So I'm like, if the robot is all you're gonna have, tell the robot to buy your products. See how that's gonna work for you. But they don't think about that.
No, Virgin, I don't think anything good can come out of capitalism, honestly. I think that time for capitalism to be showing its face here like it's doing something good for this earth is over. It's a flesh-eating virus. That's what it is. That's why they have so much war in the world. It's capitalism. There's nothing good can come out of that. I think that, and also that capitalism started when they kidnap our people and brought them over here to work for free. Capitalism had to get a jump start. It doesn't just happen like that where you see billionaires out there acting like they're smart because they got money. That is like, that's just the cream on the top.
Right.
The depth of this thing is a serious problem that we're gonna have to contend with while we live here as African people. We're gonna have to wipe that capitalism off this earth clean. We need a new system, otherwise it's gonna be dog eat dog until there ain't got no dogs left.
Yeah, and that's why the system is imploding upon itself, because once the truth is known, you can't unhide the truth.
Sorry, go ahead, brother.
But I think you do need some capitalism, or you need some because it pushes for competition, and that's needed in some areas.
but the capitalism is founded upon a select few that will exploit the many. So if you're going to come up with a new system, you have to come up with a new system and not replicate what is already here, because eventually you will face the same issues. Exactly. Because the foundation is not right.
Yeah, but you see, we shouldn't relate competition and capitalism on the same level. Capitalism is a ruthless competition. Mm-hmm. When you have competition, don't want it to be ruthless. You want the power to be given to the people who have the best ideas, not just people who are gonna be like, because I'm rich, I could come over there and tell you how to do it, tell you what to do, and I'll kill you if you don't do it either. That's how capitalism is. They say, I'm gonna compete with you, but I'm not going to compete with you on a fair level. I'm not competing with you because I want to see what the best idea could come out of this. I'm competing with you because I'm just going to show you that I could win. And then after I show you that I could win, I'm going to take all your spoils.
Right.
To me, that's how capitalism is. But
Yep.
we do need healthy competition. And I always say that power should be given to the people who have the best ideas, not because you in some kind of family you inherit something. You know what I mean? That's not enough for you to have power. Power should come from people power should be given to people who have the best ideas. So then they can make our life a little better on this earth. But capitalism is just running us into a ground. It has a limit. It has a cap limit because there's only so much you can take until the earth itself starts to react based on what you keep taking from it.
Yeah, there's one thing that I think it was on Lenin books. You know, I don't know if it is a Lenin or Karl Marx, where it says the end of capitalism is socialism. There's a book about it, and at the end, you know, the people will rise when the capitalism is not tolerable, whereas it becomes a revolution, and automatically that changes it to capitalism. But the way the elites are working is to make sure this capitalism doesn't fall. They make sure they'll put any money into it to keep doing what they're doing all the way to the end, unless there's something catastrophic that happens. And now people are scattered and making sure that they try to really take care of each other, you know, like an Armageddon or something like that, you know. But capitalism is already a virus that's sneaking in on every single human being, trying to sneak in. You got the cap, oh, you can do that, you got money, you know, you can do this. You know, this is something that your mind itself, if you are the person that's always after money, so now you're worshiping money, and everything that's going to happen is just about money. You got millions and millions of billions of dollars, and you're walking down the street. This poor guy is homeless, not having anything to eat. They'll pass him. They won't give him money. You know, you're not going to say you have cash out. You know, even if you don't carry cash, they don't. So it's just that mentality has to be broken down. Listen, you know, you got all these millions, billions. You're not going to take them to heaven with you or to hell. Doesn't matter. But the education and the narrative that needs to be really pushed out there. You know, why don't you give your like what's his name? The richest guy. Got the name of him. He gave,
Elon Musk.
no, the one that gave half of his Bill Gates.
Gates.
Gates did it. He gave everything. Uh, there was another guy that was challenging billionaires to give half of their wealth to charities. And when you look at the charities, some of the charities are monsters. They're monsters. They, they literally are monsters in the name of charity, especially
Yeah,
those top of the
it's,
cream.
I don't really believe in charity though, because I read a lot of declassified operations from the past, like especially neo-colonial ones. And
Hmm.
if you look
Hmm.
at a lot of these contributions, especially if you look at the Black community or African community or Caribbean community, a lot of these donations they're not really donations. They're more like paid off payments,
Yep.
paying off the
Right,
NAACP, paying off some Black Panther official, paying off this good leader or whatever. This is basically
right,
they're paying them, and they're on the payroll to do whatever operation they want them to do.
right. But it's done in the name of the charity. That's what exactly you picked
No,
it.
I mean like industrial type of charity where it's really, really public and there's like billions and billions of pumpings to those ones. But when it's ones that actually is genuine, I know the people, then that's the kind of charity that I believe in. I know the money
No,
is going.
absolutely, definitely. They are good charity. Don't think I'm talking about the top that I have a mission in the name of charity. The one that you just spoke about.
Mm.
So basically, these kind of funds that they're putting in, it comes back and supporting the one that are already corrupted. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Any vote comes, anything comes, they'll entice their people. Hey, he's a good guy. This is the guy that you're gonna have to vote. They do a lot of shitty work, really shitty work. But it's not in general all the charity. You know what I'm saying? It's just the major one that get the mega millions. These are the ones that you got to be very careful and where your
I
money go.
think though, as far as governmental system, and you guys talking about like capitalism, socialism, communism, I don't believe in any of these isms. It's not indigenous to our way of life and how we lived in the past. I believe more in like African communalism, communalism, not the communalism like in India or these Asian countries where they just fight each other or over different. They set themselves into smaller sects or like tribes or religions or whatever. I'm not talking about that kind of communalism. I'm talking about kind of communalism where like there's equal access to the land and the sea, and there's like a form of Ubuntu, and it's strictly indigenous to Africa. What do I mean by that? Like if you look at like in the Caribbean, right? When we're following the same traditions that we got from Africa, right? When it was like it takes a village to raise a child, meaning anyone in the community can discipline any kid in the community that's doing wrong, like having like strong family values, like this low divorce rate, low out of wedlock rate, healthy marriages,
Yes.
uh, living as a unit. You see that the community is thriving, and everyone's doing well financially, spiritually, and mentally. But when you see when we adapt these systems that are not indigenous to our ways of life, how we lived before, how our ancestors lived before, that's when the society starts to become corrupted and demoralized. So I'm not saying we should use new systems. Like I think that someone should come up with a more advanced system to the even system as far as democracy, direct democracy that Gaddafi came up with, and then look at what we used in the past in order to create something in the future, especially when it comes to language. Like I feel like eventually, like when the website comes out, we should start like a campaign to make sure that everyone's fluent in Swahili, and like we should have like our own like type of videos in Swahili, that kind of stuff. Because I feel like if you look at people from different communities, the way that you speak, Black people around the world, it's not even just that we don't have the same ideas, or we don't want to communicate with each other. It's that it's just that we can't. You have like in this, I think in the southwest Africa, you have like Portuguese, Spanish. The north they have Arabic. The west they have French. Central and the East, they have Swahili English, a bunch of different Bantu languages. It's all scattered. I feel like if there's one language that everyone could speak and could speak it fluently and be able to communicate, that would make
Then the unification will happen, and it will be one voice.
right. And when something happens in one region, the other region will be affected by it as well because they'll be able to know about it because everyone's in one type of a union. But I don't believe in these isms like social capitalism, communism. I don't believe in any of those isms, to be honest. Believe more in African communalism.
I think
Mm.
since you said that, Mike, I don't think uh, people understand what all these isms have when you talk about the general populace. You understand? If if you really ask about for communism, socialism, all that in the definition, it's all politicized.
Yep.
It's not indigenous. You know what I mean? To what you're talking about. So people think, oh, it's the same thing. All the socialism is this and that, and they give it a flavor that if you got hospitals, if you got universities, if you got all the schooling system being free, everybody calls it, oh, that's socialism. You understand? It's not. It's not a pick and choose from what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's not because your school is free or things free, but nothing is free. You know it because in order to make them free, somebody's going to pay for it, and who's going to pay for it?
The high tax on the locals and low pay for the foreigners.
Right.
you go. Then it's not called socialism.
I was gonna say honestly, the both of you guys are right. Honestly, because honestly, we don't even at this point. I don't think African people even care what it's called. We just want peace now. We want peace. We want peace. We want our land back, and we want our needs.
Africa knows it.
But God gave us. Huh?
Rich. Africa knows it. They call it Ubuntu.
Exactly. Now, and I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that too. I was gonna say that when the guy said it. I was like, when he said Ubuntu, Aboyak, right?
Yeah, I mean, because if you think about any system that was created, again, even America, if you look at we're only like 200 or whatever years old. You think they had a name for what it was called in the beginning? The names come after. It doesn't start. So don't get lost in the weeds.
Exactly.
Just build, and they will come.
Exactly, because you know what? No matter what you call it, whatever you call it, it's gonna reflect in how the people feel about themselves anyway in the long run. So who knows? You might gotta try one thing and then change to another thing and to another thing until something works. And we're evolving anyway, so change is constant. But I think Ubuntu is the best thing for us to try to do when it comes to Africa. And also a very important point is that the time right now that we're living in, if Africans decide to create a new system right now, there's no one that could oppose that. No one.
Right, that's true.
They have no cause. They have no legitimate cause to oppose such a system being built right now. Africa has been suffering for way too long for us not to sit down and think about how we're going to get ourselves out of this. So whoever show themselves as our enemies, when something like that happen, they're your real enemies, because they're telling you, you don't move out of that position. You need to stay in that position. Don't change. You need to keep this system.
Of course, because I'm exploiting you in the system and I'm benefiting from the system. So I don't want that system to go nowhere.
Yes,
that's what I mean. But go ahead, Rich. I'll go after you.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it has crap. I lost my train of thought just now, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it's working for them, but it's not working for us. And one reason why sometimes I'm so confused about what's happening in Africa is that, anyway, I'm not confused about it anymore, because I know what the Europeans doing to those presidents over there. God knows what kind of experiments they work on some of them. But anyway, what confuses me so much about Africa is that after quote unquote independence, this same system that the colonialists left there is still there. And they say freedom. They say, you got your freedom now, don't worry about the economics.
Yeah, because as long as the money is free flowing to me, that's freedom.
Exactly.
It's almost like, just take the word apart. Free, dummy.
Man, you know something? Sometimes like I get up sometimes from to start my day, and I say to myself, do these European leaders and so on know what our children is gonna do when they find out what they did to Africa? We already living in this generation of being already impatient and upset and angry, using our brains to get ourselves out. What do they think our children's gonna do if they continue doing that?
I don't think it's even gonna get that far, Rage, to be honest, because all these continents are getting old, man. 2050, a lot of these continents, their ages will be in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, while Africa will still be in the late 20s. So I don't even think it'll get to that point, man.
But you know what? It better don't. I know that our children will not have this patience to hear the French president going down into Chad, telling our women that the reason why they're in the situation they're in is because they get too much children. Like those kind of foolishness.
That's arrogance, you know.
Yeah,
it's arrogance. It's not even foolishness. It's arrogance.
Well, they want to keep you confused, and as long as you're stuck in a state of confusion, you won't have time to see them stealing and robbing you blind.
Man, and Yeah, it's gonna happen, whether they like it or not. Because there's this Chinese proverb that I like, and this is from a book called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. At one point, China was three kingdoms. It wasn't a whole China. So in that book, The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, there's a quote from one of the Chinese emperor at the time. He says that anything that comes together is only natural if it falls apart, and when it falls apart, it's only natural that it comes back together. So that's what's happening with Africa right now. Africa is not the natural occurrences, the occurrences that we see right now. They are natural occurrences that has been prevented to fall in place for centuries. For centuries, they prevent Africa from becoming a solid continent because they know at some point it will have to come back together. But what's happening to them now is that information is being written in real time now. So if the African Union get up and say today that we wrote a new constitution and the whole Africa is under one leader now, one leader, one flag, one army, there's nothing Europe can do about it because the whole world is gonna know. The reason why they killed Gaddafi like that is because some of the things that Gaddafi was doing, Gaddafi had to do it in secret, but they knew. So before Gaddafi even finished what he was supposed to do, it took them 2 months to kill Gaddafi. It took the soccer international community 2 months to decide, 2 months or a month to decide that they're gonna destroy Libya.
It took 7 months to get rid of the Libyan army, and it's over 20 plus countries involved.
Exactly. Doesn't that tell you something? Libya is a population of what, 6 million at the time? And it took them
6 million. The army, I think the loyalist army was around 700,000 at its peak as well.
Wow. It took them 7 months with all the weapons, all the fighter jets, drones, everything. It still took them that long to get rid of that whole, to destroy Libya. But my point is because information is being written in real time, they have backed themselves in the corner with all of this, the new Green Deal, this changing over from coal and gas to some green energy. That's one thing that they messed up themselves with. That's why the Russian them thumping them so hard right now, because they don't have nowhere else to go to get the gas that they need to heat their places. Second thing is, they shoot themselves in the foot going around the world talking about freedom and democracy when they're the ones invading everyone's country and the whole world see. They come tell you, oh, we can make a deal with you, we can do this, but what they really want to do is kill you. Look at what they do to Gaddafi. Obama shook that man's hand in front of the world. The man called Obama his brother. And still, but you know what, Gaddafi, he should not have did what he did. He disarmed. Don't disarm. No one who cares about you can ask you to leave your door open while you sleep.
Right?
Ever. And they disarm him. They're a bunch of cowards because they disarm them with some of the most powerful weapons, and then they invade them. But
and now because we live in an age that you can't, like in the past, I think they got arrogant because they said we have one news sources, so we control all the media, we control everything, so we will only put out the narrative that we want to speak. But on the flip side, God doesn't play with you. Now he has, but giving everybody access to data and information, they thought they could control that, but they found out that they can't. So now the voices are talking. And just like the voices talked in the 60s, and just like the Malimba and all those great African leaders spoke to the people, now the words are even bolder and broader than they ever were. And people are not closing their ears to the truth anymore. They see what's going on.
Yeah. And also, we got to remember that European governments, the truth, there's no such thing as truth in European politics anymore, There's no such thing. The truth is relative. And I'll tell you how I know.
There's no truth.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing we can use to our advantage as well. The fact that they don't even know what the truth is, or they don't consider anything as truth in their societies. So one thing I realized with them, and the reason how I pick up this is because I pick it up a long time, but recently even you can see their action, and you can tell there's nothing truth in Europe, because they know that they won't be able to heat their homes if they don't start playing with Russia. But they come on the TV looking all tough, talking about the sanctioning Russia more. You look at these people that you wonder they're insane, you know. You wonder
a lot of people are gonna starve, man, in the wintertime.
Yeah. But the thing is, the earth is cleansing itself. I mean, people gotta wake up. God is not playing with none of us.
Yes, these are God sanctions. That's what God teaching them a lesson. These are God sanctions. I'm telling you, because they've been sanctioning people in the world, killing half their babies, and saying it was worth it. That lady who was the chancellor of Germany before this one here, they asked her how she feel about the progress in Libya. She said the progress is good, but up to today, people are still dying in the Mediterranean from swimming out of Libya. These are God's sanctions. They thought that they would get away with this. They won't see God's sanction them. You know what? I'm not gonna even what I was about to say just now. I was gonna say God sanction.
Yep.
Even their wombs, Bridget. Even the wombs.
Like, and these people don't believe in it, but
they're not getting
so they don't get it.
I mean,
if you know who he is, she, it, I am, whatever. If you know, and you know this time ain't for play.
And they're realizing now too. So they better start humbling themselves early, because they already gave up all the chances with Russia because they didn't humble themselves early enough. Till now, they're still not humbling themselves, and they know they can't get the gas from anywhere.
Bruh, inflation's up in the hundreds, man, in the UK and a lot of different items.
Not only in the UK but all over.
Let me tell you guys, those of us who are in the Western world, like I've been telling my friends for a while now, ever since I see what was happening, because since I came here 11 years ago, it didn't take me long. It took me like a couple months to see that today was gonna happen. What happening today? Because there's no way you can get your resources from outside constantly and you're still acting like that when you go outside. At some point, people are gonna get upset with you, and you're not gonna be invited to where the resources are anymore. And I saw this coming.
Yeah, you know the first thing that the warning sign was when Putin was saying, "Listen, I gave you the list of laundry that need to be corrected, right? One is about NATO expansion, right? Number one. Two, do not include Ukraine part of the NATO. You can be European, but NATO is not allowed. You understand? And when I heard he already got what, some $685 billion worth of gold, something that he got in, I always said follow the money. You see what I mean? Everybody said, oh, he's gonna go for the war. He's gonna go for the war. Of course he's gonna go for the war because he's not agreeing to what he listed. And I don't know if you guys recall when I told you that Putin and Macron were side by side, and Putin said, "Listen, I know you're talking about Russia and you're not scared about it. You better be scared of Russia." That's what he told him. You better be scared of Russia. But again, in a good sense, you're here to really come and help out for a solution, for a peaceful solution. But I cannot believe you tortured me. He said, tormented me for 6 hours on this issue, and he never had the time to read what I need in return. But 6 hours he tormented me. That's what I told him. And I knew then this is going to be war, because if you're ignoring the resolution or the proposal, that he came in with, and nobody's paying attention to it. And then when I heard he's got already $685 billion worth of gold, the way he amassed it, and then when the sanction came in, he had $125 billion worth of stock, whatever, here, that he owes money. He said, "Yeah, you can keep that." It was 125 billion. He cleaned up everything that he wanted. So he was prepared for this moment. So when you see somebody that's so prepared and he's got different things under his sleeve, because he's not going to tell you everything.
Yeah, he's
Now,
digging in for the long run.
that's right. And then what happened is, in the general sense, you think the West got everything together, and it shows how flat they went when it came into this sanction they created. Literally, they sanctioned themselves.
Well, but Benjamin, you got to remember the arrogance of, they think
No,
that they
literally.
can just brainwash everybody into believing what narrative they put out. So they weren't worried about it. They're like, it don't matter because we're gonna spin it the way we need to, because they've been spinning it for so long and it's worked, that they were like, do what you want to do. We got
And
this.
the history, you see, they have a good history who they're gonna be dealing with. They know about Russia, they know about Ukraine. And knowing it's a corrupt government, even Trump said it. I'm not gonna put money on what is gonna be corrupt. I mean, they already know. But I think, again, I'll go back to what I always said. They're all COVIDized. I'm telling you, after this COVID, they think it is not going to touch them, but it really, really, really affected them. Because guess what? Their family members got it. If you themselves, they went through this COVID fear. Okay, regardless, whatever we got you, get you they call it even a cocktail. Remember when Trump went with his COVID? Oh, they gave him a COVID cocktail so he can boost his energy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Again, still, what we should understand as people living on this earth is that the West didn't know shit. They didn't know shit. They can attack one-on-one, but when it comes all at the same time, I don't know how many meetings they did to solve it. And that's very scary because there's a lot of things that is tied in with the West and the East where everything is going to break loose. And look at China. China's having its own issue. And I feel like they're all COVIDized. This mentality where I'm going to be winner, but you don't even have the strategy. You don't even have the go about. And now you're facing it. So that means they're not doing their homework. Either people are getting lazy. They bring whatever they say daytime. When they come home, forget it. There's no that understanding of urgency. Because at the end of the day, it's the human being that's going to be paying high rate to survive.
Right.
It's not about Africa. It's just humanity. And imagine Africa with all this COVID and everything else, they fought it with everything, with the local cocktails, with local things and everything else. Nobody paid him while he was asleep, to recover. They did everything because the African life is still going. You understand? It's still going.
And I think the world started looking at what was going on over there, and they're like, wait a minute. Because, and that's what I'm saying. God ain't playing with none of us. because everybody like, well, AIDS just devastated you guys. Malaria, took you out guys out left and right. Oh, wait a minute, we just had Ebola just 2 weeks ago. But yet this thing that they're talking about devastating everybody, and then you folks ain't even like, y'all look at it like a common cold. And then so everybody started questioning it because they were pushing so hard, so fast, so and everybody started looking at, okay, if it's what's going on over there? What's going on over there? Wait, they walking around like oh, wait. Well, you saying that we need to not go out, and they just living their lives and everything's going okay over there. And wait a minute, well, what? And people started questioning, what is this all about? And once you start to question something, you're gonna have another question and another and another, and you start balancing it out and seeing, hey, this is not panning out like you're saying. This is not what is. Then you start saying, what is the true agenda behind all this? And once you open your brains up to the truth, the lies will not stick like they used to.
You nailed it right there. Your brain is not thinking the way you used to. Period.
And they trying to figure out a way to get us back in a trick box.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, being COVIDized. It's just like completely losing their sense of survival. This is survival. There's one war. Now you're going to have your own internal war. Your internal war is inflation.
Mm-hmm.
And that inflation, until when?
Well, I mean, but Biggie, just going back to inflation, is that I don't know how many months. I think one person said they were here for 11 years. So you don't even know what's been going on prior to that. But remember, they will always say, we're going to the Federal Reserve, we're going to the Federal Reserve, and they're going to decide whether they're going to increase the interest rate or not. And for decades, they have not touched that number. They have forcefully kept it low. So that on top of stuff has been bubbling for a long time. But what happens to a pressure pot? Once an ounce of air goes in it, it's going to explode. So they're trying to handle all these things all at the same time. And it's just...
Hey, BJ, they're also trying to get rid of guns, man. I wonder how the Southerners are going to take that.
Oh, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
No, there were 2 votes away last vote to get rid of semi-automatic.
But people are not going to give up their guns. So
no, they're going to go against the government.
People are starting to laugh at the system because they're seeing the system as a joke. You have allowed these lobbyists to literally write back to the COVID, a clean slate of what they want you to do, what we're not going to be liable for, and we're not going to have to deal with that. And so now people say, oh, you got these things out that you're telling them you're not liable for anything. It's not, really certified to be, safe, but you're just throwing it through. And then they have to remember what happened during the bank crisis in 2008. There's, you take an application just for a Pell Grant, and that's 7 pages long, and I need your mama, daddy, and everybody else income, this, that. Who was your first one? Can I get a blood sample? They told these major banks 21 questions on 1 page. Answer this, and then we will cut the check to you. And people are like, wait a minute. It's more than 21 questions on a driver's exam. So people remember all this, and it's just all starting to bubble to the top. It's like that pressure pot, and it's about to explode.
Yeah, but what I meant was the last vote that they had, as far as getting rid of semi-automatics in the U.S., there were only 2 votes away from doing that. So I know legally they can do it. Officially, it's going to be impossible, but I want to see them try them, and I wouldn't know. I don't think it's going to go off well. I think it's going to be the North versus the South again.
Well, I mean, but again, it's just. I think I was talking to somebody before. The last time I think people actually literally listened to some of these congressional sessions was when Clarence Thomas was being put before the Congress for his to be put into the Supreme Court, and people were really engaged and interested in what was going on. Now they're like, this is nothing but a movie of the week. All this is a game and it's a bunch of fluff, and it means absolutely nothing. They're just trying to get people distracted in their attention because they know whether they do it or not, people are not giving up their guns. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, the main subject, you got to again follow the money. Okay?
Yeah.
You got to follow the money because the gun, there are 62 manufacturers in the world that can supply you with everything you want when it comes to guns and whatever, grenades, whatever. There are 62 major companies. And these guys are also tied into the elite.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think they're gonna watch America shut down
their money?
Their money. And then now limited instead of if you have an AK-47 or whatever, you limit it to 5 rounds.
Biggie, they're making it worse, man. The people are starting to print their own guns now, man. They're like, I want to print my own gun, and I'm going to make it automatic, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the technology is already out.
Yeah.
And on top of that, why they talking about they're going to stop the guns? Oh, you can't even stop the guns from going from Miami into Cuba. How you going to stop the guns on
the soil?
Thank you.
It's just, this thing is gonna keep going and going. And one thing that I really, I feel so, sorry for those who lost their loved ones with these shootings, random shootings and stuff like that. It's not the gun that did it. It's the person behind the gun. The person, how did he ended up having this kind of gun? And why? What is and some of them, if you notice, they do the background check, they're clean. They have no
but see, it's again, what do we have so many, and the sickest part is so many young people doing this stuff. But at the same time, what did they do for the last 15 years? Oh, Fortnite. Let's do all these video games. This stuff is conditioning your minds. You have a false sense of reality. So of course they don't have anything in their records because their mind is being conditioned that this is a game. They now let's get into the metaverse. Oh, put an Oculus over your eye. You don't like your reality that you gotta live in every day? We got one for you. Monthly subscription of $5.99.99, and you can go and do whatever you want.
Actually, BJ is just think about that now, right? And think about how many of these soldiers that be playing these video games before they go to places like Congo where they don't get regulated. Then
well, I mean, but now war is a video game. They use drones to do everything that they need to do.
But that's how they're recruiting now too. They're recruiting to video games as well.
Yeah. Listen, those video games. I'll tell you this much, okay? Must some bought some.
Wait! Before you say that,
shooting game.
Biggie, can you help me with my $5.99 subscription for the month? I'm a little low on it.
I got 500. You go
Okay,
for
thank
your
you. I appreciate it because I gotta escape. I gotta escape.
I hear you. Okay, I hear you. But again, when I saw this game, and usually you can shoot, no problem, right? But now it splatters blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's so graphic.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot play this.
Mm-hmm.
It's so graphic. You see the guy decapitated and stuff like that. I said, no.
Yep.
It's no good.
Yeah, and I saw that coming. I saw it coming because again, they want to morph this fantasy into your reality. You are desensitized to pain and suffering and any of this stuff because you think this is fun.
Yeah.
You think this is normal.
Did you guys see the video of that guy that went to that place and shoot those black people on Twitch? He was live on Twitch.
Yeah.
Everyone was watching him like they was watching a game on Twitch.
Yep.
It's
but more than that, in all these serial mass shooting incidents, look in the eyes of these people. They look deranged. All of them, I don't care what color, size, shape, age, they all look the same. Like some zombies.
It's true. And that's what the CDC didn't that what the CDC warned about before the COVID was over, that we're gonna have zombies walking around.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I saw some people in China after the zero COVID lockdowns that they literally went crazy after the pandemic because of social isolation. They started to lose their sense of humanity or whatever. But yeah.
And the thing is, people need people. We need to be, if you take that social interaction away from us, we will lose it. And people like, no, I want to be isolated. I need my 17,000 square foot house, away from everybody. No. Okay, let's see how long you're going to be able to survive in that. And I think this whole lockdown showed us we cannot live without each other, no matter how much I don't like you.
That's not how it is in geopolitics, though. Everyone wants to kill each other, man. Everyone wants to nuke each other. They think they'll win the nuclear war.
Unfortunately, we are breeds that needs each other. We cannot be alone.
We're not supposed to.
Yeah.
We're not supposed
to. If you try to be alone, definitely you'll be labeled, oh, it's a not so case. She's not so.
Yeah, and even if you try to be alone, your body will naturally attract you to someone else. No matter how much I'm done with you, I can't deal. And then you will go out and all of a sudden you'll meet somebody, and it's just you're locked in like a magnet. Even though mentally you says no, just instinctively you're just drawn to each other.
That's why they use prisons as punishment. It's social isolation.
Yeah.
What do you call it again? Solitary confinement.
Lock up. Solitary confinement. Yep.
Yeah, it's punishment. Not supposed to be away from other people for that long. It drives you mad, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, we should use
the creator know what he was doing when he created people, and why do we keep fighting against what's natural? I don't know.
In order to create markets for capitalists.
so somebody could get a spaceship to Mars.
Yeah. In order to create market for capitalists, we have to have different clothes now and all. They're even making clothes for that are gender neutral specifically now. So that's another market to open up there again.
To make one man rich and everybody suffer.
Exactly. They know exactly what they're doing, you know. Don't think they don't know what they do. They're not
Oh,
doing it stupid.
oh, they've been studying this for millenniums.
Yeah, exactly. They're studying us. So they know that's why they gave us Obama in what, 2008? Was it 2008?
Yep.
When Obama became president, 2008.
Yep.
That's why they gave us Obama, because they knew they had to pacify the black people then, because they was already getting upset over there about to burn up some shit. They're like, in about 2 years we're gonna have to give these African Americans a black person to make them feel like they're a little bit more free, you know, because they're gonna burn down some stuff if we don't do it.
Yeah, so they had to break the glass.
Yeah. Yeah. They had to break the
Calm
ice.
them down, break the glass.
Yes.
break in emergency.
Break the ice before you guys break the ice, you know what I mean? So then they're studying us. They know what they're doing, man. That's why we have to study ourselves, because if we don't study ourselves, they're the ones who are gonna understand us more than we even understand ourselves as a collective.
Yeah, but the thing is, as far as these protests, especially when you see these different black issues that people protest on. When black people protest en masse, you see people, they get what's it called? They'll get arrested by the police. They'll get touched inappropriately by the police. They'll be kidnapped. They'll be arrested, given false charges, etc., etc. But when you see Chinese people protest, you see they get what they want. It's because they have a country that they can tether back to. And even in the U.S., they don't even have to spend U.S. dollars, man. They have their own currency that's integrated into the world systems in over 100 plus countries. What do black people do? We don't really have that. We're still using the same fake history textbooks, right? You learn the same fake history textbooks. Well, what happened in West Africa as far as the slave trade? They just say, "Oh, we all sold away." No, that's not true.
Oh yeah.
There was a lot of us. There were generals. There were soldiers. People that kidnapped. They don't talk about that kind of stuff. They just tell everyone was sold. So then you come on the internet and then or in person, these same people, they want to fight over a textbook that was written by the same people that did that to us.
Oh yeah, and then also now the narrative is, well, no, we didn't just do it. You know, the people in the continent sold them to us, so we're not really at fault because y'all did this to yourselves.
Isn't that what forgive me if any of you guys are part of this group, but isn't that what the FBI is telling Africans all the time? Oh, you guys are the ones who told us over here. It was your fault. You guys walking around, what? And you have all those riches over there, and you're still walking around and shitting in the streets. I heard something. I was like, what? I said, this is a madman. I said to myself, like, what is he thinking? What is he doing? Don't he know?
But because when you're losing, think about it. Every time they're losing, they're losing. I'm sorry. When they're losing ground, they're like, okay, we got to do something to stop because we're starting to fall. Boom! Let's throw this out to keep them fighting at the bottom so that they don't gain one step. So then they throw out a narrative, and then we'll start. Oh, yes, you're right. This doesn't make me. Why am I? You're like, yeah,
man. You know what I mean?
We got them distracted.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, like, for example, right? If you kill a prominent black businessman or whatever, or revolutionary, right? Then there might be some riots in the streets, but eventually be quelled down. If you kill a prominent Chinese businessman in the U.S., that's grounds for war, man. Just one.
See,
it's not like that for us. It's
because
not like
because they keep us distracted on dumb stuff, and we never gain ground. Stop being distracted. Take them rose-colored glasses off and see it for what it is, and deal with it.
Yeah, guys, I want to welcome Mary Antoinette. Mary Antoinette, welcome to the show. On the recap.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
How you doing, Mary Antoinette?
Hey. Well, I'm trying my best. I'm struggling a bit because of the heat, but I'll be okay. Yes, I had a question. Is there any other country where prisons are a private for-profit institution, or is that only the USA? That's what I was wondering.
I'm not sure about that one.
Come back again, man. Try to.
Yeah, I was saying, is there any other country in the world where a prison is a private for-profit institution, or is that something unique to the USA?
That's a good question, Marie, because I know that it's always been a profitable institution since after we got released after slavery. That's when, again, the police was formed, and it was basically to keep us in check. Then you had indentured servitude, chain gangs, sharecropping. So it has never not been a profitable institution, privatized institution here, if you really look at the history of it.
Yeah, because that's part of the problem. Yeah. I think maybe if we come together and have more after school help, creating camaraderie to keep our people off the streets, it would help to reduce the number of people recruited into these private for-profit prisons.
Yeah.
We have to create more community.
And also we have to tell the truth behind all this, because that's what I think, that the lack of knowledge has been our biggest curse.
I agree.
Because if you understand why they do something, then if you make the choice to fall into the trap, then that's your choice. But if you go blindly into the trap, then they got you.
Yes. Yeah. I agree.
Hello? Is everybody there?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
still here. For some reason, I was going remote, so it got quiet on me.
Oh, okay. No, I think everybody just stopped saying stuff.
No, actually, I have a question. Okay. Maybe.
Ridge needs to come in again. He would like to be let in.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see. Because I just came in remote, so let me see. Yep, I'll let him in.
Thanks, Biggie.
Yep, he's in.
Guys, I was there talking to myself for the whole time.
Oh my God.
So I was saying actually that prisons didn't exist until they didn't exist really, or they wasn't booming really until when they had to release the Africans in America from slavery. They didn't want to release them, so they made a loophole in the 13th Amendment. that say no one is a slave unless you commit a crime. And we know to them a crime can be anything like walking across on a red light and not putting on your indicator or some shit. Or some stuff, sorry. But that's where these prisons started. That's where the prisons for profit stuff started, I think. If anyone knows any different, let me know. But that's what I know.
But I know though I don't know a lot about it, but I know like once the corporations started going into the prison systems to start you know, to use their labor to manufacture a lot of their products. I think that's when they started thinking, hey, we can make more money by also building our own and using this labor. And what sort of happened hand in hand is like, I guess if you started researching on it probably is a connection with the when Biden put into law the mass incarceration with the drug and all that other stuff. You probably could see how a spike in the privatization of the prison system probably started going into effect. Because again, it's nothing's done without somebody profiting from it. So then they started just gathering a lot of our youth, and was started off the black boys and throwing them into the prison system. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, we need more labor. Then they started corralling a bunch of the women into the prison system. Prior to that, it was called, you go to jail, and we're talking about reforming, getting you skill sets, to have you be able to, once you get out, you can then, come back into society and build your life. That narrative stopped completely. Now it's like, once you're in there, they don't want to let you out because, again, it's for profit. And it was for profit prior to the privatization. Now the profit became bigger. And once you put $1 on something, that means we need more bodies in order to gain more resources.
I'm also thinking like, I'm also thinking to myself while you're talking, we shouldn't even be surprised.
No.
Because that's what capitalism does. It looks for cheap labor if it can't get it for free. So it can't get it for free now. So it's gone into the prisons where they can get it for 70 cents an hour.
Oh yeah.
Or even less, 7 cents maybe. But if we look at how like world events took place and geopolitics, but what we realize is that capitalism always came out of the Western world, and it always going to places where you have cheap labor.
Yeah.
That's how China got to rise like that, because they went to look for cheap labor, and the Chinese use all their technology and start building for themselves.
Yeah, and see, China did it the smart way. They stayed quiet, like, oh yes, whatever. And at the same time, they started building their own infrastructures and and before they knew what was going on, China had already capitalized on all the markets.
And now they want to blame China, talking about they have.
Yeah, because now they're trying to take those markets away. So now you gotta make them the villain in order for you to. They ain't do that. It's the same games, different day, different name.
They literally called it the China problem. Can you imagine? They didn't even have a better name to call it. They call it the China problem. Like, it's so interesting how they think. Honestly, I find it so intriguing. It makes me like so excited to dig into how people think in geopolitics, in different areas of the world, where you can just decide that because these people over here, money is not worth nothing, and you might be able to bully their governments, You have young children in holes digging for diamonds and minerals and all type of things. And then you can come over, you can be over here calling yourself smart and rich. And then when those people end up developing themselves now and becoming something, you blame them and say that there's a problem now because they're taking away the market.
Yeah, yeah.
That's an interesting way to think, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's like
because
that kind of start.
because it's the arrogance of believing that you own the world.
That kind of thought process just makes me ask myself, who owns this world, God or Europeans?
Well, it depends on which God you serve. Determines who you believe owns it.
I mean, like, I'm just saying that because it seems as if, like, there are some people that really think they own the world for real.
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting.
Yeah. And that they don't have to pay for anything that they do because they're untouchable.
And human and people, the people of the planet, the other people of the planet must not develop themselves without them. You must not protect yourself without them. You must not feed yourself without them, without their permission. You must not travel anywhere without them.
Mm-hmm.
You must decide if you must take a vaccine without them. Like they give you, they just do things like shut down the world and say if you want to get back out, you have to take this. That's strange. I don't know.
Yeah.
Even if it's for a good cause, I think that sometimes arrogance make people, even when they have good intentions, be perceived as bad, like they become intolerable, basically.
Yeah, and eventually they get sloppy.
Yeah.
And then eventually implodes on themselves.
Yeah, like how they try to sanction Russia now and everything backfire.
Mm-hmm.
That's strange to think about.
Fascism is alive and well.
I haven't heard my friend over there in a while. I don't even remember her name. I'm so sorry. The one, your profile picture.
Marie
the only one
Antoinette?
with the profile
That's
picture.
Marie Antoinette.
Oh, Marie Antoinette.
Yes.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
US is still trading with Russia secretly. They're putting on quite a performance, but you know.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here to talk about that because the performance is so funny. I look at it with my friends and laugh like almost every day on YouTube. And it goes to show how in Europe there's no such thing as truth anymore. It's just a matter of they think that once they can get people to perceive that everything is okay, then everything will be okay. But then they're denying the truth that everything is not okay.
That's true. That's true. The number of fires and the intensity of the drought that we're seeing in all these developed countries is amazing.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, the earth is fighting back. I mean, the weather, these tornadoes, the floods, it's happening everywhere without any warning. Boom, billions of dollars worth of destruction. And it's, time and time, because again, evil can only last for so long. And the same circus act and the same tricks can only work for so long.
Yeah. To get the full extent of the disasters in these countries, you have to look at foreign news because I don't know if they thought that natural disasters were only for developing countries, but they just refuse to report on it.
Yeah, because I think they don't want to see. They don't want people see what's really going on until they get control over it, over the narrative.
The thing is, some of them have the kind of knowledge that would let them know that they can't get control of it. The kinds of things that some of these people do to be successful, some of them, I think they have the knowledge that it's not man-made as some people are reporting on these YouTube channels, that people are the ones creating this change in climate. I'm not convinced that humans are really in control of all of this.
I don't think they're in control to begin with.
That's true.
You know, it's just they went on this roller coaster. They thought it would stop, but it never did. And every day they wake up, they have to answer to somebody in their constitution. They have to answer to the people eventually. Do you think this inflation keep going up and up and up and up and up? You think people going to be sitting down? You're going to come out from your house because you're going to be freezing this winter.
Yeah, that's one I'm a little worried about.
You know, and all this inflation control. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. There's even bigger other agendas than just what we're seeing, because this is the first time that I see a whole country shutting down because of one country.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm like, what is the real narrative behind that? I mean, because no one's really saying why.
No one. It's in your face, let's admit it. You already established all these things in order to make life easy for your people. Now you decided, when it's at the beginning, when it's hard, everything is involved. I understand. But now start thinking about what's going to happen to those people, to the grandmas, to the children that cannot handle those things. Who's going to talk for them? I know the parents will come out. The big brother's going to come out. Big sister's going to come out. And believe me, with all the calculation, at this point, at this level, we'll have him surrender. We're going to have this and that. For him, is to get in right into this winter, and he's going to say, watch. And he's making $40 billion out of the whole deal.
Yeah.
He's burning $10 million worth of gas every day because he has to release it.
But also, it's to send a message as well.
Yeah. Well, they know the science. If you puncture a hole on this cave,
no, but he's sending it like, you know what? I can burn it. It's not going to even hurt me.
Yeah,
now what you got for me?
Absolutely. There's no purpose.
Yeah.
There's no purpose. I mean, this is not the first time this thing happened to Russia, so it's a known deal. Before he got forced, actually, the whole Russia got dismantled because they cannot afford them. So they all broke away. Now, Russia has nothing to worry about. He already established his own central bank, his own way of doing business with the outside. I mean, that should tell you something.
Yep.
Including disconnecting the whole internet. He's got his own internet. And I believe they're using also the Chinese internet. So he's on his own. but he's got a lot of allies. Now he's buying drones from Iran. Imagine. We were talked about earlier about the advanced technology.
So guys, I have a question then. I have a question because I've been listening to you guys. So what do we suggest, like we put our minds towards these days then? Because in Syria, one thing that started the war was people had a lack of resources. They didn't have any water, and that started like a kind of peaceful protest in the street, and then it turned to something else. So people definitely are going to come out in the streets in Europe. Oh hell yes, they're in Germany telling people what wood they can chop down in the forest now to heat themselves in the winter.
Listen, the
You know
whole
what?
Syria story, right? The whole Syria story.
Okay.
They want to build a pipeline that's gonna it's gonna come from Saudi or something, and cross Syria and straight to Europe. Okay. While Syria is doing business with Russia, what do you think Russia came in? He said, "No, I'm not going to let this pipeline to go across my country." And plus, they told him, "Oh, you can infuse your own oil too, along with the." It's like creating a grid, a backup. So they had this planned way, way, way long time ago. Russia is on his way. It's on their way. So they have to do something about it. Do you think a corrupt government will be supported? No.
Where?
Whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that got miscalculated and backfired. You cannot say everything is calculated, but there are people that are really talking. While you see the numbers, there are people that's going to fudge the number for the sake of their political agendas. Unfortunately, that's human nature. They got their
Yes.
own purpose. No, I feel like the European Union president. I feel like she's running the show.
For real, honestly, like I've been looking at her. She's the only one that have the guts to come out and say something, and they're looking like she's not even sure what she's talking about.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like she's the president, really running Macron and everybody else.
Yes, everything, man. I see her came out and talk about she's sanctioning Russia again. We said what?
And I think on her
It
younger
was
age.
so funny.
Listen, on her younger age, I think she was a host, because every time she walks in and somebody comes in, she makes sure the guy's gonna stand at the podium next there. You know what I mean? She's like, "Oh, you stay here. I'm walking this way." I'm like, every time. Just look at her. Every time she comes to the panel, she's got somebody else's with her. And the way she look at it, hosting the guy, telling him, "This is your mic. This is mine."
First of all, she need to explain how Boris Johnson ended up not become the Prime Minister of UK to the UK people, because it seems like the UK people don't even know what's going on around them sometimes either. A lot of them.
No, I mean,
it's like, and then they're going to vote in a new PM. One of them is a guy look like he have Indian origins,
right?
Rishi something, and it's like what is she talking about? It's like it just seems so strange. So that's why I'm asking, like, what do you guys suggest we start putting our energy to? Let's call it energy. What do you suggest we put our energy to see how we can survive through this, or try to invest in Africa, or go there, or something like that? What yeah.
I think jobs on the continent, jobs for everyone. And in addition to that, understanding the importance of not joining wars that do not really concern us. We should put our energy into jobs and building our continent. especially the transport infrastructure of the continent. One of the reasons that unity on the continent is difficult, besides, the conflict, the transport, the intercontinental transport is more difficult than transport between continents. Transport on the continent is a very, very big challenge.
It's so interesting that you said that, because that's one thing that Gaddafi stressed in his Green Book.
Oh my goodness, I'm sounding like a dictator.
No, that's not what I meant to say.
I've been in Cuba too long. Oh boy.
No, you have some interesting ideas in that book. Should get it.
I read, what should it, I think it was somehow I didn't see that part. I think what I got is not the full book, but it's all I was
It's
able to find.
yes, that's fine. It's a small book anyway.
It is, well, maybe it's a full thing, but I just found it strange that it was so short.
Yes, and that's such an important thing, because above everything that building proper intercontinental infrastructure will do, it will help us to communicate and learn about each other. That's so important
Of
to
course.
building a united continent, because that's one of the things that a united if we have a united continent, it has to have a universal language, even if it's not universal within people. It has to its outward image have to be of a kind of unifying language.
I agree. I have to look at my links to find the articles that I've read before, but that's a very good point that you made, because I read recently that the French speaking African countries tend to not have bonds with the other countries that are not French speaking. And that is part of the reason for the disunity, and it's causing problems in the AU as well. Oh, I remember where I read it now. It was the book called um, How Africa Developed Europe by and Kwasi and Mango. I In our WhatsApp chat, I posted the entire PDF version of this book, so it should be there. If not, I'll post it again. That was where I read that.
Okay, that sounds great. I would like to see it, because that's such an important point.
Yeah, I'll post it again tomorrow. Yeah, jobs. You see, we have youth, very determined youth, and it's that energy that they use to go in boats and cross the ocean to Europe. We need that energy, and there should be avenues for them to channel that energy and determination into endeavors on the continent. That is one of the biggest problems right now.
Yes, I was watching one of Dr. Arikana's first videos that she made when she was just removed from her position in the AU, and she was saying that um like she was speaking the truth about what was happening, but also she was saying that she think that her job was um to get the Africans in the diaspora to understand what's happening at home, and she think that she did her job. And um she was saying that all the like the things that were happening on the continent, I kind of forget what I was saying anyway, but the things that were happening on the continent, um were unfair, and she was asking these international agencies that are working in those areas to be fair to Africa. And they accused her of laundering money, something like that, and they knew it wasn't true.
Yeah.
They knew that. Sorry.
I like her a lot.
Oh yeah, of course. I think that she's still on her mission anyway. They didn't stop her because the youths out here listening. So
So I'm trying to get the echo out. I got one question. Do you think whatever that happened to Libya would ever happen anywhere in the continent?
never, ever. I don't even have to think about that. Are you crazy? They can't do that. I also I have a little puppy here, so if you guys hear a hard bark, it's trying to fight me.
No, you're good. You're good.
But no, that will never happen ever. That would be insane to even think about. Like, that's why they had to get Obama to be president for that to happen. Honest, who would have done that? Which other president could have done something like that and get away with it? They put him there because they know that if you see a black man there, it might be something true about Gaddafi. Maybe he just eat babies or something, and he needed to die. And we accept it. Some of us accept it, some of us don't. But still, I mean, I don't even have to think about that answer.
Well, it's the classic sheep and wolf in sheep's clothing.
When I heard them on the TV talking about they're thinking about getting involved in Ethiopia, I was like, are these people crazy? That will never happen again. They're gonna do all covert things they know. It's never gonna happen again. And we're gonna put that energy out there, even if they're thinking about it, to make sure it never happens again. Biggie, what do you think? What were you thinking when you heard that they was thinking about getting involved over in Ethiopia? I would like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, and Ethiopia has been targeted for quite a while, for the last 5-6 years. Okay, do they want the fall? No, but they want a puppet. You understand? And that puppet is not going to happen. Okay, they're trying left and right. Now we got the war that was ceasefire started again. Okay, a whole Antonov that got in through the Ethiopian territory got shot down by the Ethiopian Air Force. It was full of arms and everything else. I mean, it's just so crazy. And they used a Russian's plane. Actually, it's an Antonov, but there's no. It's a military plane, so we don't know where it came from. So
Wow.
so that restarted a new war again, while they were talking to call it a peace and have a meeting and resolve the issue. So they wanted to go one more strike, but again, the country is huge. Try to come 500, 600 kilometers from anywhere from north. You got to go through these mountains. let alone to carry on a war while you're shooting and coming down. Very treacherous area. So that's why even, all forces, depending on where you are, if you got the upper hand on a better position, yeah, you can defeat. But if you're going to have this guerrilla fighting all the time, killing the innocents is sad. But again, I'll say those people don't understand. What you're doing is you're putting your kids to this war, a war that you cannot win. Period. There's no winner. From a government aspect of it, okay, the Ethiopian government will keep bringing ammunition because it's a legitimate, sovereign country, and they'll bring all the necessary arms and ammunition. But eventually, the other guys, just because they run out of ammunition, get killed. It's just it does not make sense.
Biggie, what do you think is their objective then? What's their objective?
To stop the regional formation.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now you're looking at Somalia. Somalia is talking jack now because of the Al-Shabaab and everything else. But at the same time, it's not about Al-Shabaab. Yeah, it's there. But, between Ethiopia and Somalia, you can have control on it. And they try to escape in Kenya. Kenya will have different method. You can put that to rest real quick. But you're always going to be an excuse to mobilize. Right now, they're talking about the cooperation between Ethiopia and the U.S. military to get rid of Al-Shabaab. But is it really the Al-Shabaab thing? When Abiy came in power, the first thing that he did is he got rid of that drone station. There was a remote drone station that was installed by the TPLF and in collaboration with US. He told them get this in Ethiopia. In Ethiopia.
What region?
It's in the Ugaden area.
Okay.
So they had a control all over, and they have the green light from Ethiopian government.
Wow.
They can fly everywhere.
Wait, Biggie, I want to try to understand something because I thought about something that I knew before. So this drone base, it was in Somalia?
No, Ethiopia.
Okay. Oh, on the border of Somalia?
Yeah, that whole drone system was to when they had the war with Somalia and the Al-Shabaab and all that.
So all the time when we're hearing that so many drone attacks are happening in Somalia, especially when Obama was president, you're telling me it was in Ethiopia?
In Ethiopia.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
That is I never put that. I never thought about that.
Yep.
Wow. Interesting.
In fact, that station, it was so stealth, right? Nobody can find it. I don't care what kind of technology you're using. So what happened was when they took off, they took the whole building, the whole thing, because it's another level of technology.
So Biggie, that's where
it's an hangar. It looked like a hangar, but it's not. I mean, it's a hangar style wise, but when they took off, they took the whole thing.
So that's
usually they leave the hangars behind. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's what they mean when they say over the horizon capabilities.
That's right.
Okay.
Now you understand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How many? I just can't imagine how many of these.
You start questioning. You know what I'm saying?
Gosh, my brain. You won't even know where it's gonna come from. All you're gonna know is it's gonna come from somewhere.
No, it just blew you up.
Jeez.
That's all they're gonna trade.
Yo,
That's the only thing that they're gonna trace.
that's scary.
You know, I got there's pie around. I was gonna ask Pie something, but let me see if I still have him. Because you
No,
know,
I think he's gone. I think he's gone a long time, man.
yeah. But they were trying. Actually, Taiwan is shooting up in the sky. You know, having these rogue drones. You know, I was wondering. I was gonna ask him that because they're
That's-
shooting on the air. You know what I mean?
Oh, are you talking about those ones that go up in the air and make faces and art and all type of things? Those little ones?
What? Yeah, they call them rogue ones.
Oh my gosh, those ones look so scary, man.
You
They
know,
actually have intelligence.
of course. So, for your question on that East Horn of Africa, what is the critical thing? Why do they care anyway? Right?
It's strategic
Yeah, strategic for whom?
for
See,
world trade.
it's not about the just trade.
I know.
It's just the way you're gonna move your military.
The way what?
It's a shortcut. It's a shortcut.
Oh yes. Well, yeah, Djibouti is
You know,
right there,
people.
you know.
Yeah, and you know, if you close that area, right, you have to go around Africa to get to the Mediterranean,
Exactly. That's a
and then
very big thing.
and you're stuck because the distance between Africa and Europe is very short. At one point, somewhere north.
Yeah, that was a part of the trade that came out of the Nile actually,
Mm. So,
from Africa to
as-
Europe to the
so whoever
Mediterranean.
wants to control that area can control it. They even had a scare with the Somalian pirates. I don't know if you remember the piracy.
I've heard every time they talk about Somalia, that's all they want us to know about. It seems like pirates.
No, there were pirates
I know
on
that,
the
man. You know how I see
on
it.
this.
You know how I see it. That that if they're gonna pass through the area, you understand? They need to pay the taxes too. They need
You
to
know
pay
how
to the
bad it was. You
otherwise,
know how bad it was.
those guys are gonna come and take stuff.
Yeah, you know how bad it was. The piracy, the Somalian piracy was so bad. They didn't tell all the stories, okay, but it changed the life of the Somalians, okay. So what happened was, if you're not a pirate or got involved at least on one, you're not the husband to marry. I'm like, when I read that, I'm like, what?
Man, you see what entertainment does to people.
It changed the culture.
Gosh. No
If
way.
you're
We have to
not a,
stop. We
if
have to
you,
put. We
yeah,
have to stop. We have to stop that. We have to change that narrative.
right. No. I mean, now it's changed, you know. But those days, that was, something that you kill a lion, or something. You know what I mean?
Oh my man, we have to change that narrative. We can't let them use Hollywood to make our people think that the only way they can get out now is either being a pirate on a ship.
I'm saying that has to stop because again,
yeah,
and I'm loving what you guys are doing, and so many of your other creatives is they're showing another part of their nations, because that's just like here, haven't heard the words in a long time because I guess gentrification, but they're like, oh, you guys are in the ghetto, you can't do anything, you have no father in the home, and once you paint that narrative in your head, you think there's no other way. But now if they can see that there's another way that they can build within their own neighborhoods, or maybe I can't make it in Tanzania, I'll try and go to Kenya for an opportunity. then they won't even think about a boat. Because it took me a long time, because they constantly showed, oh, you came over and I couldn't even connect the fact that, oh, there's actually beaches in Africa? What? I mean, intellectually, you look at the map, you see there's a whole ocean around it, but I couldn't put the narrative that there's actually a beach on the continent of Africa until I started saying, wait a minute, you know, yeah, that makes sense. There's water there. And this is the pictures that they constantly paint. And until you break out of the chains of their narrative, you don't see beyond what your capabilities are.
Yes, I can recall seeing a lot of those videos of children, hungry children, and then there's someone asking for money to feed them. I can remember seeing a lot of those videos when I was younger. A lot of them. I never saw anything else actually when it came to Africa. Now that I think about it.
You know, Rich and everybody on the panel, commentators, I was doing some soul searching and thinking, and you know, we got so many information that comes out about Africa, about colonialism and all that, that everything that we passed through, all the slave trades and everything else, and now we are at this point where we can communicate freely. Sometimes maybe not, but at least we can talk in certain medias and certain streamlines. And what I try to understand, if we want our continent, the unity of the continent, at the same time, the idea also of humanity, you understand? Because we Africans will always have that empathy. We'll always have that. Even if you hurt me, I'll forget it. And I don't forget, but I forgive you, and I'm going to move on and do certain things. The Ubuntu is still there, right? I feel that our narrative should be, we should be the progress of the world.
Oh,
We should have a show and tell.
what you say should be, sorry, what's the word you used just now? Should be what?
I'm sorry?
The word that you used just when you said we should be, what did you say?
The Ubuntu?
Oh, no. You said we should be
progressive. The progressive.
Oh, progressive.
The progress.
Okay.
We should be the one showing us being progressive. It's basically, yes, you damaged us, you did all that. Okay, we don't forget. We just want to make sure that we reestablish our own Ubuntu. We move on and being shown to the world we're very progressive.
You know what, Biggie? I think it's more important to show to each other, because the world already knows that.
Right. When we put that together.
But I don't think we see it yet. You know, if I'm getting on because I always say things are so crazy here, I'm gonna jump on a tire, go to Cuba. But I understand the narrative of why I would say that. But there's people who thinking that things are so unbearable in the country that they live in that they're willing to risk their life to leave it. They need to know what's actually there, because they can't see it right now. And that's the critical mass, because once they start seeing it and start believing it, it changes everything. And that's why I know when they constantly bring up the narrative of colonialism, let's bring up Idi Amin, Dada, and how he, the atrocities, let's bring Leopold name in, because they know they're going to spark certain feelings and energies behind that. And that's why they keep they don't want you to escape that narrative. And once we put it down, yes, that's happened, it was awful. I know I'm going to make sure to the teeth that that never happens again, and I've moved on. That's where the power comes from, is when you move on from their words. Because their words, they know it gives them power. Our people are smarter, brighter, more brilliant than anything on the planet, and they can do anything that's within them by just a thought. So we got to stop thinking all this negative things about ourselves, like can't and need. I need to go to them in order to get. No, go within yourself and then be given to you.
Absolutely. It's my apology. I was just reading freedom, freedom. I don't know what you stand for, freedom, freedom. Because if you're talking about freedom and you tell people to F up and go to your village and help, I think you should maybe show us a way how to get to the village and
No,
how we can help.
Biggie,
Yeah.
that's something
You know,
that's the message frequency.
yeah, he's on a different frequency.
So the frequency, because the sister just gave a powerful speech.
Yeah, and it just yes, first solve your own country problem. Well, you know what? We can all do it together, and this is what we talk about. And we had the freedom of speech. We think what is right. If I'm wrong, correct me. It's an open, but don't just hide in there behind typing. First do this, first do that. I mean, do you think these people don't know what to do and how to run their country? And who told you Africa is the poorest of poor? By the way, that's a poor mind. That's a poor way of thinking about Africa. This continent is the richest, and at the same time, when you label people to be poor and the poor, maybe you got to go back to your village and look at how your village evolved. I don't know how long you've been out, but again, I just want to put some, clap to that. Freedom, freedom. Listen, prove it to me.
You know what? And Biggie, you just saying that. If you're the poorest of the poor, then why are you coming and grabbing something from me if I'm the poorest of the poor? If you're the
That's
richest
right.
of the rich, why don't you have what you need? Because you got everything.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, both of you guys had good points from before, actually, and the sister is so right. Like, now the energy have to come from within, but
Mhm.
this is the problem that I've seen from since I've ever consciously looked at the problem, and this is also the solution. The problem is we don't know where each other are really like-minded. We don't have a system that can channel our energy. There's nothing there. So it's like it's like a dead brain where it has neurons or whatever is connected in there, but it's not firing. The energy is there. It just that there's nothing to collect it. There's nothing to store it. There's nothing to transfer it, strategically transfer it, redistribute it. There is absolutely nothing, and everything, it seems like, and I remember John Hendrik Clark talk about this as well. Every new technology that come out on this earth, it doesn't serve us. It doesn't ever serve us in anywhere that could help us to progress. It never, none of it does, because it doesn't come from us. And that's what I'm talking about. The piston is not firing for the engine to start. You know what I mean? We have a whole engine, but there's no firing. There's no
No spark to get it to rise. It's just lying dormant.
Yes.
And we have to somehow find a spark.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that now is the best time. To produce like ideas, even if you don't think you can reach it, still produce it in somewhere. Even try it if that's it. you can do, because somebody might see it, or there might be a situation where there is a system built where people can actually see your ideas that you can do yourself and actually produce it to help someone else. This is what I'm talking about. There must be how should I put it? There must be something to make that happen, something to make that connection, something to spark those neurons in our brain so that we can start connecting them with each other, just how the brain connects with everything inside of it. We can start connecting for the right reasons. We can use these positive feedback loops that this kind of connection gives for the right reasons. We can change the narrative towards Somalians using our power that we will gain to entertainment, for example. You know what I mean? We can keep pushing like that until the system becomes a thing in itself that serves people. That's my thoughts on it. So that's what I think is missing. And it's so important that we get that done in this generation, because if not in this generation, then our people gonna have to wait another 100 and something years, and not even like maybe even more than 100 and something years. Maybe you wait here until some asteroid come out to space and destroy the Earth. So it's like it's a now or never thing right now for
Yeah,
Najee.
but it just takes one thought, just marinate on that one thought, that one little thing that you can just start to slowly change your beliefs and your patterns. It doesn't have to be like how you have all these little crazy shows, like back in the day we had Bewitched, and she just automatically I Dream of Genie, it just magically appears. No, it's a process, and that's okay. So if it's one little thing, because like I'm always angry at everybody when I wake up and they just get on my nerves. Well, just don't give them any thoughts on it. Think of something different. You don't have to be so angry about that situation. And just by changing your mindset versus focusing on all the negative people who says all this smack all the time, I'm gonna focus on this wonderful thing that this one person said. It can slowly start moving in a different direction till you get to the point that the same person is still the negative person, always like going all wild, whatever. You just start walking in the same room and they don't even exist anymore. You don't even hear them. You don't even see. You don't give them no energy from you, so they can't feed off of you anymore. And it's a process to get to that point, but it's just that one thought, whatever it takes for you to grab onto. It doesn't have to be a all or nothing. It could be just one action that you do a little bit different. Don't focus on what you don't got. Focus on what I'm breathing.
Very true.
The beautiful sun out there. That means I can do something to make a difference in my life and maybe somebody else's. And walk from there.
And that's why I think this system is designed to keep us so busy. We're not even thinking about our other selves. We're just thinking about the physical self. Like, we're not even conscious of our thoughts. We just have to move constantly. We're not conscious of what it takes to even create a new thought, create something new in your life by being able to stop and think clearly. I think that's why it's also designed like that, to keep us in that mindset that like this is success and then this is failure and this is a boy, this is a girl, but also now they make different ones know what's happening in the world.
Oh yeah, and again, and it's not magical whatever once you get there that you won't have those thoughts again, or that person may not come in the next day and irritate the living crap out of you. But you now have those tools to say, okay, I'm not going to let it affect me. Okay, today is not the greatest days I've had. I'm not going to let it overwhelm me. I'm not going to let it overtake me. I'll figure out a way to do it better tomorrow. Just one step. Just one step at a time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I just put it in one together. Even I asked Dati on the interview. I don't know. BJ, you were there. She was the guest on Mika show Monday.
You're the little Lolo.
Yeah, and
Biggie.
you know, can you hear me?
That's better now.
Okay. So the question was, how can we align the mind and emotion? And I always talk about this, okay? Your mind is your energy. Your mind is the one that's fully ready to execute. That little spark that you want is your emotion, your trust. When you put your mind, emotion together and they are one, they're more powerful than anything else you can imagine in life. You can move things, you can change things. Let's say all Africans put together, if you really ask them, what would it be if one nation, one continent, one Africa? Everybody say, yeah. The first thing they go, it's impossible. Or maybe, I didn't say that. I just said, put your mind in there. You got one nation, one continent. That's your mind. That's your energy. That energy needs the push, and the push is the emotion. If we have so many negative emotion, it's gonna bring us down. We will never achieve it. You still have it in the. It becomes just like your bucket list, your wish list, and to bring all these 54 nations to be in one umbrella, there's a lot of work. One thing that I won't take away from freedom is that the work within the countries, within the nations, the unity within the nations, definitely is needed. So that means what we do here in Swahili Nation One Africa, we're discussing as much of the information that we're getting and sharing that information among us. That's this is the energy that will never stop from doing.
Yeah, and we have to be patient and understanding with each other because we've all been through so much, but we also have to understand we've all been through the same thing. So we should be able to be compassionate and forgiving of each other as well.
Absolutely. And actually, one of the first components he talked about is forgiving. It's a major component. You start the war, you start whatever fight, we needed to come to the level of forgiving that you understood something went wrong. You can somebody can be right. This one is going to be right. This one is also right. But in order to square everything down, they have to start forgiving each other. So forgiveness is very key things in Africa. People talk about different wars that's been maybe 60, 70 years ago, 100 years ago. And they still say, I forgive you, but I don't forget. They always have that eye to it. So it always gonna anything start automatically they tie it into the old baggage. So that means really you didn't forget. I mean, you didn't forgive. You still have that possibility in the future. You didn't completely close that loop. Sometimes, when they have a little clashes in borders and stuff like that, what they do is if this clash keep going and claiming so many lives, what they do is they marry uh, their children across so peace can come. So still, the tradition is there. It's just we don't hear it, in the open. If we bring some of the ways, the Ubuntu way, the way our elders settle disputes, examples, showing it, you know, uh, to the whole world. They didn't need no lawyer. They didn't need no other, but elders sitting down and talking about people that comes in with different problems and find a solution. And sometimes, just like any court system, they cannot decide right there and then. They said, okay, let's think about it, and we'll come back and tell you exactly what's going to happen. And that is not about money or anything else. It's just about having justice served by the people, within the people. So we have a lot of things that we need to really put together who we are as Africans, our culture, our heritage, our justice systems. Not the justice system by corruption, but I'm talking about the organic justice system that are always there, is still existing, and how they work with it. That gives us a clarity to stop fighting one another, killing one another. We can bring different segment, different issues, and post them and translate them, whatever the language that we want to translate it. Because we've got a lot of heritage, we've got a lot of culture. It's just they've never been. I've witnessed it, but I didn't record it. But there are some that's been recording and that's been recorded. These are the people that can really share those kind of videos and how they dealt with different disputes with different time without involving no government, nobody, but just the elders. The elders are involved, and the people respecting the elders. Whatever the justice comes, they accept and they move on. So this is 2022. That system still exists. It always worked. Anyway, we're talking about in the most uh, well. There's also in the cities, where the elders are called for different various disputes and marriage issues, divorces before they reach to the divorce level. There's a lot of elders that can really help out uh, the young, how to deal with different things. And you don't have to have this fancy lawyers or anything else to come and try to tell you how it works. That's done organically. And these are the treasures of Africa. Even for our justice system, how they make it, and then we're going to say, hey, if this work in the justice system, because it does work, but nobody is getting hurt about it. It's just the way it works. You don't have to write a whole lot of list of documents and everything else that if I say this, that, no. They just talk. Out of the talk, the elders take a note, make sure that they understood what's going on. If they have the solution, they give you the solution right there and then. If they don't, they'll say, come back again, we'll meet, and they'll give you, another appointment, another date to meet. And the whole village, the whole people that not only the involved one, but the whole village participate in those meetings. And that's how they learn. It's kind of what you say, live show, but they are really live, sitting down on this open air and trying to find a solution. Yes, we do have a lot. a lot of energy, but we need to guide that energy to what we really want to do with it. Because it's a big continent and it has a lot of people in it.
Yes. I was thinking about while you was talking how Marcus Garvey actually made those connections. That's why his movement was so popular. It was so big. Not even popular, but big. It was huge. That was a huge movement.
Mhm.
He made those connections. He sparked that engine, and it started to move. And then the FBI was like, shoot,
Yeah,
problem.
even the way they, they did him, you know, is wide open, and to bring all that justice in, and not only for Africa, but for any nation, there was a lot of important messages that you put in there.
Well,
You put
if
it,
you think about it, also, Biggie, it's also, oh my, sorry guys.
because the fire truck showed up.
No, it's a train.
It sounded
um,
like it.
yeah. Uh, I was gonna say it's not only um because of that. It is also because um you see Africans in America, their systems magic carpet. The economic magic carpet is the Africans in America because they consume way more than they produce.
Right.
They're trying to stick them in that position because if they lose them, then the magic carpet gone. The economic magic carpet is gone. So without that, it's a problem. So that's why Marcus Garvey was a problem. He took away the magic carpet, the economic magic carpet. That's also why but he also made those connections. He made those connections where where he was born in Jamaica, but he came to America and he spoke for so many Africans all over the world, even in the Congo and those places. So and then he made the connection by actually using his newspaper to update everybody. That's what he used to communicate with them through his newspaper. He used that to communicate with them and to ask them to contribute to his ideas.
And therefore he gave us the blueprint of what to follow.
Yes, exactly. That's why.
So I mean, every problem has a solution. We have to look to our past, and it's almost like, why did they want to disconnect us from our past? Because they knew all the answers were there. So if you keep me blinded of what my capabilities are, will I ever reach my truest potential?
I'm going to throw this right there, is that when they did what they did to Marcus Garvey, right? One thing that whoever that did the decision didn't understand, that an artist, right, while he's alive, nobody, people will admire it and everything else. But when he dies, basically his painting becomes priceless. So everything that he wrote, everything that he said, guess what? We're reviewing it right now. We're reading it. We're taking what's there to make it happen. That's one thing that they forgot. Every martyr that we have about Africa, we learn why these people were killed. We start really reading about them. We find treasure. Believe me, a lot of people are reading Marcus Garvey, because they see it as a treasure. And these are the thing that you can murder somebody, but that person is a game changer, life changer, for better. And you kill him, then people are going to be with you. Same thing with an artist. He painted some of the Picasso pictures and everything. I mean, paintings and everything. I'm like, well, people go crazy about this. You know, when you start looking at it and you contemplate and look at it at the painting, now you start looking different things. Then you start appreciating. So now we're getting to all these great historians, great writers, speech makers. We look into them. This is the time. We got our own collection already. If we all start understanding those things, we can make history together. And we are in the making of history of one Africa. This is part of it. We're here talking about all kind of stuff today. It's 5.5 hours, but we never let down about Africa. At the end of the day, I always said, eat, drinks, Africa.
You know, while you was talking, Biggie, I had a thought. You know, we should start doing, and like how the sister was saying that it's all in our minds how we have to fire the thoughts. I had an epiphany. I was thinking in these meetings that we have, we should put up a vision board. We should all make a not all make, but we should put up a vision board. Whoever is controlling the chat,
right?
Let's look for images of Africa that is nothing like the images that we seen when we was growing up.
Love it, love it.
Yes.
Love it.
Let's look for images of Africa with a transportation system already intact, and see what thoughts fire from there, and see who is gonna watch these videos. Our children are watching these things, you know. If they haven't yet, they probably will.
And even if they don't, they're hearing it in the background.
Exactly.
They're hearing the voices, and they're hearing, oh, they're fighting for me. I'm not alone in this battle.
Yes, exactly. I've seen I have a Pinterest. If you guys want me to, you guys can just, not right now, not tonight, but you guys can just let me be able to show people images, because I have a Pinterest what I call African consciousness, and every image in there is an image of Africa that I believe should have already probably happened already, but hasn't happened yet, but it's probably gonna happen in the future. So these are the images I have in my Pinterest. And sometimes just looking, sometimes I'm at work and I don't have anything to do, like I finished whatever I've been doing, and I just glimpse these images and keep them in my thoughts, because it's so powerful when you can actually draw out your own maps, literal maps in your head of things that you've seen before, things that you thought was real and it wasn't. No, you can, from the time you know that what you saw in the history wasn't real, you should be creating things of your own in your head, since the thing that you was looking at all the time, like the map you was looking at all the time, wasn't real. You should be drawing out all type of other maps in your head, maps with transportation systems, maps with flying cars, maps with big cities in the center of um Africa, somewhere in the Congo. You should be drawing out all these maps, whether you think they're gonna be real or not, because they'll spark ideas for you and someone else.
And it begins there, nothing in our imaginations cannot be, realized if we put the effort towards it. And so our children's thoughts are limitless. And so their efforts, we have to support them to make sure that those dreams and those thoughts are brought to reality. And not shut them down and say, because of X, Y, Z, Q, whatever, you're not allowed to have that. No, they're supposed to have everything and then some.
I like that. That's great. I like that.
Rich, were you at the meeting when Mika was sharing the African pictures and stuff?
When?
This Sunday.
Sunday? No, I wasn't.
Okay, I'll share something.
I just wrote down what we discussed just now, actually, about the vision board and everything, because that's a great idea. When people look at these videos, they must see something rather than they're being shown by the people that don't want to see us progress.
See the some of the pictures.
Wow. The power of imagery.
Yep. Imagine if we have energy.
Man, Biggie, you're making me want to share my Pinterest right now, man. But anyway, I'll share with you guys another time.
Yeah, we want to see them. We want to see them.
Look, I mean, this is the reality. You know, and this lady, for example, she's got water on her back. This one is carrying. I mean, she's got the grass on her back. You know, to feed the cattle.
Yes, and you know which one will be a powerful one?
Or to make a house. You know, maybe to make a house too.
Oh yes, I saw.
They use that.
And you know which one would be a powerful one too? To see an image from space of Africa light up in the night. That would be a powerful image.
That would be.
But these images are great, man.
Yeah. I'll send the link for you.
Okay. Good.
Because they're like 750 pictures.
Oh, I know that fruit. I know that fruit. What that guy is trying to pick off that tree. You know, I know that fruit is so sweet.
So it's so funny that he said, "Oh, I know that one." You know, can you imagine how many people are gonna say, "Oh, I know this."
Exactly. Then you can relate to something you see.
Yep. I'm gonna post it.
So
the other one is I'm gonna put it in a private chat too. So you'll have this. It's over 750. All right.
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
Oh, got it.
I'm looking for another one.
Wow.
So you made a wish, and I'm going to make the wish happen. Okay. This is the wish of Ridge. So the architect.
What was that? Oh, the vision board.
No, I'll show you something.
Okay. You know.
Here's Africa by night.
That's good.
You see?
Yes. Now we have to get an artist to design an image now. That
love it, and it is lit up.
Yep.
No, that's Europe above it there. That's lit up.
There you go. This is right there. That's the image right there.
Biggie, it's so interesting you put that image up, because that's the image I just be using to explain to people. You know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at Europe.
Yep.
A big lizard.
Yep.
Just draining our Africa.
Do you see that right here? That's the head.
Time for us to sever ties with that giant bloodsucker.
There you go. I zoomed it. I zoomed it enough.
Huh?
I zoomed it enough. Now you can take a look at your lizard.
Oh yeah. No one can tell me God is not sending us a message here. Honestly. Who can
you see it?
Who can deny this? No one on this earth can deny that that's not God talking to us. That's God talking
Always.
to us plain and simple.
Always.
Simple terms.
And that's one thing when things start to get too complicated, then you know it's not of God.
But if you look at it, right, this Europe here, oh my goodness. And even when you show the picture in the night, you see this exact same thing. You see Africa on top of it is dry as hell because it's being drained. It's like it's being drained. And then to the bottom now, from the sub-Saharan, it's just green. So they haven't drained there yet, you know. The French didn't get to there yet. But even though that thought might sound out of like reach, if you look at Haiti is a perfect example. The landscape in Haiti is a perfect example of how when excess resources coming out of a country, how we can actually destroy the what do you call it again?
Their economy.
Yes.
You keep them unstable.
Yeah, you can destroy the environment.
Mm-hmm. Mentally, draining the people who are living there, and you feel like you have no power because you feel like the world is going against you, but it doesn't matter because if God is for you, the world cannot be God.
Exactly. And that's why, and also one more point, that's why I believe that it's not only important to look up in the sky, it's important to be in the sky and have the ability to look down. That's what we're missing. We're missing the ability to look down. We don't know what's happening around us. We don't know past our apartment buildings what's happening.
Yeah, and you say like to light up the whole of Africa, it's a wonderful thing. But the thing is, when you got all those big lights in the city, you don't get to see the sky.
Actually, you're so right. But my point was, it's a bigger image. So the image is trying to. Image have 1,000 things, right?
Yeah.
So,
no, and I don't even saying that to say that if the lights come, sometimes we need to dim them so we can see the sky and see God.
Right.
Exactly. Because we can get so wrapped up in stuff that we lose the focus.
No, exactly. You're so right. You're so right. And can you imagine the kind of night sky those people in the sub-Saharan they see in the night, like all those stars and everything? Man, they probably see some things we will never see in our life unless we go there, because they don't have all these lights distracting them. But also, the image that I'm trying to paint is that is an image from the sky of Africa being a developed country.
Right.
Yes, you see.
And here's the I'm sharing the Caribbeans. You see that, right?
Man, you can't even see where I was born, man, from night. You can't even see anything.
Wow.
That's why, that's why the stone that the builder has refused will end up becoming the chief cornerstone. You won't even know where it comes from. Anyway, let me stop. Let me stop boasting.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like, are they trying to say, we must keep these people in the dark? Meaning literally keep you in the dark. So you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's for real, man. I never ever thought about that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's for real. When you're in the dark, you're really in the dark for real. Spiritually, physically, everything. You're in the dark in all kind of levels.
I can say Africa can sleep nice at night. I'm
Man,
telling you.
that must be a true thought because I believe some of those people on the continent probably get the best sleep in the world. Not hearing all these damn trains passing beside them and all type of things.
No noise, nothing.
That's so funny. Oh man.
Hey, you asked me what it looks like at night. Africa sleeps at night.
That's so true. I think that one of the things well, I'll leave you guys with this thought because I'm gonna go now. But I think that one of the things we have to keep in mind as we build a new Africa, as we try to organize intelligently, is that we have to build a system that will be conscious of its roots and be conscious of its roots while it develops. I think that's going to be really important and interesting to see, especially not just for us as Africans, but for the whole world, because everyone in their mind thinks that a developed place is a place where you have flying trains and flying cars. It's not, and it's not always like that, because those things cannot give you spiritual strength. You need more than that. You need allegories. You need proper education system and those things.
Yes.
In order to give you proper real strength. So we have to preserve, like as the sister was saying, we have to preserve our deserts and those kind of things as well.
And understand that the educational systems are literally all around the world designed by one source, the Western, because they are the ones in power. So therefore, their interpretation of what your history, your past, the way they do things may not coincide with your beliefs, but you need to know the information, but you don't have to absorb the information as the gospel truth.
Exactly. Well, it's not how you get information or what information you receive either. It's how you use it, and if you're using it in the first place, because we have developed social media has made us develop these type of what do you call them again? Passive. I don't know if it's passive aggressive or whatever, but these kind of ways that we think that when we spread information, we are actually using it, and there's a big difference. They have made us believe that spreading information is actually using information. So you will see somebody who don't like or who don't want somebody to know that they're from a certain place, like maybe somewhere in Africa. So let's give an example, Somalia. They will be spreading information about Somalia and so on, but when they're outside here, they're not really building any community type of
narrative
system around them. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then you begin to open your minds up to, you begin to hear the lies.
Yeah.
Because again, just because of, like they say, all skin folk ain't kin folk, they will use people.
Yeah, exactly.
To put out a narrative which you think is the truth because it's coming from them, someone look like me, when it's, they're just a puppet. And when you start to see the puppets, you like turn the station down. Like grandma, you say, that music too loud, that's the register, turn that music down. That's what you got to do, turn it down or turn it off.
Well, one thing that I want to introduce before you leave, the architect.
Yes.
He's working on a software that's going to be very beneficial to everybody. And I just want to play a little bit of his clip, just to make sure that Ridge really is working hard on this, and we're waiting for this software release. So stay tuned and enjoy.
You want to support
Thank you,
independent
Biggie. Thank you.
economic movements around the world but don't know how? Welcome to Triangle, an independent social economic network right in the palm of your hands. Check on the progress of the projects you are interested in. Watch live videos of the projects that you either donate to or are interested in. Comment on the project with your friends, or contribute to the project while it is live. Check the hottest business plan submission all around the globe. Get an instant update on new business ideas that are submitted through our unique submission system. Upload content about your own business progress. Start a live video to show the world or pictures of your progress. Get personal with the people that had contributed to your project and also to the people to whom you have contributed to. Search the globe for all the active projects to see what you might be interested in. Start engaging with the future. Sign up for Triangle.
Ridge, I cannot wait until you launch it. We cannot wait.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it like, wow! Oh my goodness! I can't believe it.
Yeah, this is You're there. You're there. So these are the things that we need in Africa. Actually, throughout the world, for all diasporas and as well in the continent. So, good job, really. Again, I want to thank you for all your contribution to what you're doing for Africa. It's very much appreciated. Coming to the panel, putting your 2 senses, helping out, putting wisdom, all that, it helps us that we're not alone. We have a brother that's right there standing next to us. For all the brothers, all the sisters, I really thank you. And one more that I really want to go back is to our GoFundMe.
Yes.
We are right on, let's say,
Wow.
Zoom it, 3780. Please, everybody that be watching and following us for Swahili Nation One Africa office funding. We're building our own office. We're having our own office, and we need your pledge, your generosity. And there will be some coming attraction that I'm going to be working on the side, just to make sure that everybody is aware that there are a lot of supporters out there. That we just want to prove that we're still working on this GoFundMe. So I'm going to treat you a little bit of the Reimaging Africa campaign, and stay tuned.
Yes. Great.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered it. We're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Man,
to thank
I'm so proud of Micah, man.
Yes, yes, yes.
What?
yeah,
I'm so proud of him. I'm here watching that imagery, and that's why I'm saying, man, the power of imagery. I'm telling you, I'm so proud of him. I looking at
very
that
proud.
video. I'm
Yeah.
looking at that video, and I'm thinking, even if you're not if you're not listening, you can see the imagery. It looks so good. But if you're not seeing it, his voice sounds like he's ready. You know, I love that. It sounds like energy.
The energy that he puts in. So that's why I keep bringing up the GoFundMe, because this thing will take off like no, what they call them, sonic rocket. No. It's gonna be lightning rocket. It's gonna be taken off like crazy because we got a lot of work to do. A lot of work.
Yes, and
You know,
that is so good, man. And everything is gonna collide with each other. You know what I'm doing, what he's doing, what you guys are doing here. Everything
it'll
we
all
all are
come.
doing.
It'll
Even in
all
our
come together.
even in our personal life, it will reach to that point as well, because I think that when a lot of these things kick off, a lot of us are gonna want to actually go back and serve the continent, like produce ideas, start businesses, maybe buy up some ports or whatever, buy some buildings, like something, like they have to give us a way into getting these things on the continent as well. These governments are saying they're moving towards Pan-Africanism. They have to prove it to the diaspora as well.
Yep.
Yes.
I want to go to just before I close out the session, one round from Marie Antoinette.
Well, I just think we have to remain focused on big goals. Let's continue on the path that Swahili Nation has chosen. I've said before, I was a little disappointed when I visited other channels, and somehow the conversation always, well, turns towards, the shape of someone's nose, the slant of the eyes, the size of different parts of the body. And Swahili Nation has never degenerated into just casual conversation. We are about problem solving, and I'm very proud of what we've done so far, and I really hope that we continue on this path.
Thank you, Marie Antoinette. Always, your words are very deep. Your wisdom is deep, and you encourage us in this journey. And having you on our side, really, really more than appreciation. There's no word to it. We really appreciate you. What you're going in your personal life, we know. On your health issue, we pray always to give you your health, to maintain you in good health. And you always don't stop. With everything that you have, you still giving it all to Swahili Nation One Africa. Your support is greatly appreciated. I cannot tell you. Uh, your your co-host, your panelists can tell you about who you represent, who you are, and how much we all appreciate you, how much we love you. We really appreciate that.
Yes, Marie.
Thank you. Thank you. This is my family. Thank you.
You are my family.
And we're happy to have you as a sister.
Thank you.
BJ, it's your turn now. Close out.
We have to stay on the path. We have to open up to the fact that they have many tools, but the tools are all the same. And so we have to be prepared to know that they're coming. But the biggest tool they have against us is our self-perception, our self-belief, the sense of inferiority, of having less or lacking, and we don't. As it's stated in the Bible, if I can take care of the sparrow, Don't you think it could take care of you too? Put your faith where your faith needs to be focused on. Let him fight your battles while you are paving the path to your new future. You know, we have so many battles we're facing every day, each and every one of us. It's just too much. And some of them we just have to let go and say, and some of them we may win, and some of them we may get a little scratched and battered from it, but we may wake up the next day to you know, go another round. And that's okay too. But don't give up on yourself. Don't ever believe that you're not enough, because you're more than enough. No matter where you're sitting at, whether it's somewhere on a street corner or in a CEO desk, we're all more than enough. And the vision that you put out there will become a reality. We just have to take that step towards it.
Wow. Thank you so much. Well put. Thank you so much. Yeah, align your mind and emotion will be straight to the target that you want to attain. Brother Rich, I know you wanted to go, so I know you want to conclude it with us. Uh, your final thoughts.
Um, uh, I believe that um, every time that we have a lot of these thoughts that we have on this show, we should draw them down or write them down. Just don't just keep them in your head, because when you write them down or draw them down, um, it's more likely that you'll probably see it again, and it's gonna fire in your brain again, and then you'll see it again, and it'll fire in your brain again, and eventually how the mind and so on operates is that the mind have a mind of its own, so you'll be going towards that thing without even realizing you're going towards it. And with whatever it takes, there are certain instances that we want something but we can't accomplish it at the moment, so we end up getting that whatever it takes mentality.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad thing when you can control it, store it, transfer it, and those things. So we should write down our ideas and so on. And it was good being here again, talking to you guys, giving and getting energy, because that's all I need. And sometimes I need some Ethiopian coffee, but
That sounds good right now.
to
But
keep
put
me
some
up,
ice cream in it.
to keep me up sometimes while I'm working. But yeah, it was good. It was good hearing everybody and hearing all you guys' ideas and everything. Because I got these ideas every day running in my head. Trust me, these ideas don't sleep. They don't get tired, man. They just keep running. So, with
And they're
all that,
positive.
say again.
They're on the right direction. You're on the right path.
Yes, of course, I know. I'm telling you, this is God's work. When I say this is God's work, and it's good to see you guys back here doing God's work, I'm not joking, I'm serious.
You
Like
know,
I actually feel that way.
uh, uh, I just sent you guys a link, okay, and I'm gonna as well post it in the. I think this is the most powerful thing about who is I am that I am. I don't know if anybody picked it last time that I posted it. I want you to have an experience on your own audio. Put it as loud as possible. Just listen to what he says and what we are to him. The I am that I am. That's when he showed up for Moses when he asked him for his name. He said, "I am that I am," and how all these things unfold. And it's been picked through the whole biblical things that's been written. and put in one on this most powerful video. So I invite everybody to look at it and to enjoy it. And sometimes, I always sometimes to take my breath again, I listen to it, and it gives me strength and courage. And the way it starts, and I don't know, I don't know if I can put it in there. I don't know if there's any copyright of it, but this is about who we talk about. You understand?
It's so true, man, and that's why I'm saying it's God's work, because okay, God created all of us equal, right? Okay, so
Yep.
if God created all of us equal, and it don't look like we're equal, then God is not pleased. So a part of how we serve God a part of how we serve God, um, along with our traditional ways of serving God, is to please God by trying to change that situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I say. This is God's work. I'm gonna
And
I'm gonna go all
I
I'm
sent
gonna
you a
go
link.
okay. I'm gonna go
I
all
sent you a link.
okay, no problem. Oh, I saw it. I'm gonna go all saying that this is God's work, and no one's gonna tell me different.
No, it is his work.
So
It is his work.
that's my last piece. So you guys continue doing God's work, and I'll see you guys in the rise.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you
definitely. See you
so
next
much,
time.
Ray.
And we'll see the whole continent lit up, all of us
Yep.
together.
Second.
We'll see the continent lit up, all of us together.
Oh, of course, man. You don't have to just be lit up with lights, It can be lit up with all kind of things. Lit up with culture, lit up with colors, lit up with peace, lit up with development, lit up with food, lit up with everything else. You don't have to be
Yes.
lights.
Yes.
Hmm. We'll see. We'll see. Definitely, some of us gonna live to see that. But it's important to also remember that we just have to play our part in our time. It's not about what we're gonna see, if we're gonna get there, how slow we're moving, how fast we're moving. Just play our part in our time, and then after we play our part, we hand it over to the next generation and move on.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Definitely.
You
Again,
guys
this
have
is
a good
about
night.
work. I want to pray before you leave.
Okay, sorry, Biggie.
Yes. uh, I want to thank Xavier for giving us this opportunity to discuss again of the African and life in general, for giving us this tongue, this words that we exchange, commentators, everybody that's been supporting us, family. I thank the Most High, Xavier, for giving us this opportunity to talk, to even think, always have Him within us. And I pray for those that need the healings, Marie Antoinette, Deborah, Kaku, Kuku, Izana, Dr. Tzadeka, and as well I pray to the Lord to give all the strength to Mika and for all the co-hosts that works relentlessly for giving us this strength and power. I thank you, Xavier. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Oh man. Thank you,
All
Biggie.
right. You guys, when you end this show, I
Watch that
want you
video.
to listen. Watch that video. And I want to hear comment. I want to see it on the what's up.
Okay.
Because that's my strength. That's where my refuge is.
Did you sent it in this?
What's that?
You sent it in this chat, or you sent it in WhatsApp?
Oh no, it's in the chat and as well.
It's the private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the chat too.
Okay, I got it now.
That's my strength. Every time I go stray a little bit, I just go back to it. It kind of re-energizes you.
Okay. Okay, definitely. I need that right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you love it. Make sure you got your headset on and make it as loud as possible. You got you will feel it. I guarantee you.
Man, I'm about to go watch this right now. I'm gonna text you about it
Right now.
Lit up on Friday night.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Biggie.
Thank you guys. You guys
See you
take
guys.
care.
Take care. Bye.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Until next time.
That's right. See you tomorrow. Actually, there's Tanzan show and Diaspora show.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Tanzan show has changed its time to 6 a.m. Eastern at on the east coast of the USA.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Marie Antoinette, for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night, everybody. It's a wrap.
Good night.
It's a wrap. Bye.
Bye.
Hmm?